Hey, Jubo. Yeah, let me know if it disappears again, Jubo. I'd appreciate it. All right, we are a little short on numbers today, but that's all right. Nadont and I are going to be doing some building in our finished campaign world that we did with everybody else. So how's your week been? Nadont?
How's my week been?
Yeah.
Oh. All right. Very busy. Hot. A couple days.
Yeah, it was pretty warm here today, but it's been off and on. It's been getting pretty cool at night, which I enjoy.
It's cooler today here, but it's been very humid.
My speed boots will not deactivate. Like, I don't even have speed boots with me, but... But he's definitely wearing something. Where are you going to be building that? Down at the Orc Preservation Society?
I don't know, to be honest.
Yeah,
I don't think that far ahead.
I don't blame you, neither do I. Never plan anything. It's just a reason for something to go wrong.
It sure feels like it.
All right, let's change this cosmetic. I don't know what I'm going to build yet either. I've totally forgotten where I was in this world. The last thing I remember doing is rebuilding that place in the Elven Quarter with you.
Yeah. You were talking about doing, so I remember that this over here had a short lifetime, very short lifetime as a stable.
Yeah.
And you were talking about moving the stable over to maybe the other side, or maybe it was further this way, and also putting in a restaurant or something. I don't quite remember. Outdoor eatery or something.
I remember the talk of the stables. I don't remember the talk of the eatery. We talked about the eatery because somebody was saying something about outdoor seating, and I mentioned one that I had built before for one of the Discord build challenges. But
Yeah.
I think I sent you that video. But
Yeah, I think so. Maybe that's why it's stuck in my head.
right. Irigian armor skin.
Yeah. Oh yes, I still need to unlock that one.
Well, I have Irigian armor here if you'd like to put it on and unlock it.
You know, I'll take you up on that.
Or you can just have that Irigian armor, because I've got more and I have the skin, so I don't really need it.
How do I go about unlocking again?
Next to the inventory tab is the wardrobe tab.
Need resources. Okay.
Need resources. What do you need?
300 gold and some bronze.
Okay, hang on a
I
second.
can just probably run over to the...
I have my builder's pack on, so let me just throw it on a chat or throw it on a wall display and then put the builder's pack on it, and you'll be able to access everything that's in it.
Just hope I can do that without breaking anything.
There you go.
Okay. Let's see. You only have 99 coins in there.
Seriously?
Yep.
Let me double check that, because that doesn't seem right. It says I have 9,000, or yeah, 9,999.
Oh, interesting.
Hang on a second. Let me do this. How many do you need?
300.
1, 2, 3, 4. There should be 99 times 4 on the ground.
100 times 4, actually, but
Okay, that works too.
close enough.
I don't need any change.
Let's see. Unlockable. Vision armor. Yep. No. And now it's showing as having enough, like 9,000 plus coins.
Oh, weird.
Yeah. So goodness knows.
Right. Hard to say.
Fun of playing with modded games.
Yep. But Miriak's got the mods installed on the server too, so it should be working.
Yeah, it might be part of the problem. Might just be the fact that I don't use the mods.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah.
You want the miner's helmet too? Oh, you're already wearing the miner's helmet. All right.
Already got the miner's helmet.
Gotcha. I'm gonna go
Like
ahead.
the Origin
I'm gonna go
armor is
ahead.
very nice.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Go ahead. The Origion's armor is very nice, but since the miner's helmet's been in there since the beginning, like that's just a automatic go-to to me. Whereas
Right.
the armor is like something that I opt into.
Yeah, you usually run around with the Irigian shield too, for light.
Yeah.
I don't know how practical that is while building. I've never used that shield, so I don't know what kind of light it throws, and if you have to block with it to get light right out in front of you, or how that works. But
You get a little bit of light out in front of you with it off to the side. It's not terrible. It's still usable, but you definitely get a much better beam in front of you if you block with it.
it's probably the difference with the Zarok torch of having it on your backpack or holding it in your hand. Something similar.
Yeah, I find it a lot easier to see with the shield though than with the torch.
Gotcha.
Just for some reason, my eyes do better with the yellow and white light than they do with the blue light.
Gotcha. Actually, I think what I want to do is I'm just going to remove the Irigian armor as a skin.
Actually, equip that.
So you've got the Irigian armor unlocked at this point?
Yep, and I am looking through the list trying to figure out where it ended up. There we go.
If you can drop the actual armor for me again, then because
Yeah.
I like to take it on and put it off, or take it off and on to like see what the natural light looks like in the build that I'm doing.
Yeah,
If that makes sense.
that makes perfect sense. No, when I in playthroughs where I've used the Origin armor, that's how I've pretty much always used it. Is I have like I'll put a set of armor on like 4 and the Origin on 5, and
Gotcha.
just toggle between them.
Yep.
Or actually, I think I just put one of them on 5, and then it's when I toggle it.
Yeah, it switches them back and forth. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that works out pretty good. I forgot what we did upstairs here. Just storage, right? That was the plan. I remember it taking forever to get the floors lined up the right way and make those look good.
Yeah.
Yeah, just storage. Sorry, Jubo, I missed your comment. Yes, this is I Will with me. His dwarf is currently named Nadont. But yes, it's I Will.
Hi, Jubo.
All right. Oh, I got to show off your bridge over here. Oh, here was this is why we started talking about eating outdoors, because
Yeah, maybe.
the oven and the roasting pit outdoors make sense to me. So I will build this bridge over the Elven waterfall. No, Jubal, that's not. That's how we all know him. Jubal says, is it sad that she knows you just by hearing your voice? I said, no, that's normal. We've been doing this a long time. You should know everybody's voice. Yeah, I've been meaning to try my hand at something similar to this, but I haven't got to it yet.
Like doing something like this on a waterfall in one of your own worlds, or
Yeah, yep.
yeah.
It just looks really good. The wall, I'm normally not a fan of wall torches, but even the wall torches look good. I'm still curious to know what Sleepy was what she had thoughts of doing down here.
Yeah, when I told Miriak that I wanted him to put this back, that was like maybe not a insignificant part of my reasoning for
Right.
wanting.
Right. Davey didn't say anything about joining us, but I know he's been saying he's doing the variety stream every other week, so I'm assuming that's what he's doing.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that he is.
Yeah. So did you listen to the Forge talk today?
I did not. It's not not really a good time for me to be.
Right, right. I get that. I either have absolutely nothing going on that time of the day or I'm super swamped. So today wasn't terrible, but I had a friend up from out of town. He's from like 8 hours away from here. So he came up and it worked out that I met him for lunch right as I was pulling up to the spot where we were meeting for lunch as the Forge talk was ending. Miss Kasumi.
So did you get to listen to it on the drive?
Yeah, I got to listen to it on the drive. Miss Kasumi posted a well-written, bullet-pointed recap of it in the Discord.
Oh, I should check that out. I'll move first, though, in case you try building something there.
Yeah, I was actually looking for that bulleted list to see what channel it was in, but
I can probably find it. I'm pretty good with the search tool.
I'm guessing it was in general.
Kasumi?
Yeah, MSKSUMI.
Yep. It's from Forge Talk Ep 10. Is that the one?
Yes, yep.
Spoiler chat.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes better sense.
Ooh.
What you got?
The new L,
Oh,
which
yeah.
will lift dark areas but won't blow out the light areas.
Yes. Yep. I was concerned about that very thing actually, like how that was going to work with especially with all the lighting stuff in the past.
Yeah. That's helpful because I'd like to see, more ways to see that are more optional. I've never really fallen in love with the whole hearth lights up everything.
Right. For
Super
sure.
bright.
They did say that brew is not going to last as long as your typical brew buff does, so that like you shouldn't drink it it's not a drink it at your base and then travel or run to where you wanted to use it at. It's put it in a brew skin and then go to your your destination and then use it. So
Drink it where you need it. Yeah.
Yeah, which makes sense to me. Yeah.
Yeah. It's been a long time since I've played with a lot of brews in my backpack, but I used to run around with like 6 or 8 brew skins in my pack.
Yeah, same. before I started using epic items in any slot and could carry multiple wonder kegs. But
Yeah.
I remember going to I remember when I first really dove into the darkest deeps, I would I would do. I would build a little base at the top of the darkest deep so that if I came up out of the darkest deeps and there was monsters there, I was coming into a secured base, and I would just have brew kettles in there.
Oh, that reminds me, back before I knew exactly what to expect from the darkest deeps and everything, I had this vision of having a darkest deeps chasm that went down into another area, imagine entering Brazenbar
Oh yeah,
through one of those chasms and having at the top sort of a pre-constructed orc base when you first find it, and then kicking out the orcs, knocking down most of their shit, building your own base,
heck yeah,
possibly having a lift to there, just stuff like that.
Yep.
And I'm so disappointed that they've never done anything like that with the game.
Right.
Because I think that would be really cool, because it's one of those areas that sort of says, hey, mining equipment and stuff should be built here.
Yeah.
And yet there's really, once you're familiar with the game, there's really no reason why that's a spot to really put a base.
Right.
You're going to mine it out at the bottom, and then it's done with. It doesn't go
if
anywhere.
If it could be a dangerous shortcut to another area once you built a little base there and stuff, it would also help make the orcs we see the orcs drop from the ceiling and we see the orcs pop up from the ground. It only makes sense that they're using these secret tunnels and stuff like that, like these dug holes that they travel through, and that would kind of add to that.
Right.
Feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So.
Yeah, it would have been cool. I'm still mad that we're not getting bearskin rugs. I'm never not gonna be mad about it until we get it.
Yeah, right.
I was in the Forge Talk today. He said, John Paul, the lead game director, said something about not. He brought up again, because he's brought it up several times, that if they're going to do a Bjorning DLC, Beorn probably wouldn't be happy if he walked into a dwarven house and saw a bearskin rug on the floor. I'm like, here's the deal. Per the lore, Beorn doesn't like dwarves. And the only reason he helped them in The Hobbit was because they were running from orcs and goblins, and he hates orcs and goblins more. So I don't really give a damn what Beorn thinks.
Yeah. To be fair, it would be just as justified if we got a Bjorning DLC that included a Bjorning as an enemy instead of an ally.
Yeah, absolutely.
That would be perfectly realistic.
Yes, for sure.
Or consistent with the lore.
Right. 100%.
Maybe the Bjorning picks on the orcs even more if there's orcs around. But.
Right. Well, and then somebody said, so we can't have a bearskin rug, but we can have armor made out of tree bark, even though skin bark, the NPC that they met up, is supposed to be with us.
Yep.
Alaskan just asked if Beorn is even around anymore. I don't think Beorn himself is around anymore, but they keep on referring to it as a Beorning. And in Lord of the Rings Online, isn't that a race that you can play as a Beorning?
I think so.
I think it is. I don't have a lot of experience with that game, but I think I remember seeing him talking about adding it or something like that at some point.
Yeah,
so.
It wasn't one of the initial classes, but I do seem to recall that.
Yeah.
The last time I was playing it, there was that class. And
right.
It was in there as a class, and I assume it must have been a race as well.
Yeah, I don't know how they would have handled it, but regardless, that's where I think that's where the devs are going with it, is it'd be Beorn's children or something, right? So.
Yeah, I think there's even even though they're referred to as Bjornings, I think there's other pieces of Tolkien's writing, maybe even in The Hobbit where another name is used, like Skin Changer or something like that.
Yep.
So it's not even necessarily clear that Bjornings are always bears, so to say, but
Sure. More of a Therian type situation.
yeah. Land creatures. Oh, nice. I remember Worth Axe Fragment bugs from way back when. It's sorry to hear that those bugs are still going on, but it's good to see that they're hoping to fix a lot of that.
Yeah. Yep. Somebody was in the Discord earlier talking about like he just assumes that other people put in support tickets for stuff, and so then he doesn't put in the support tickets. And I'm like, don't ever assume that everybody else is putting in, because he's like, he mentioned specifically Muthzak's probably put in a lot of support tickets for stuff that they see. And I'm like, I wouldn't assume that. Like, as a Muthzak, I'm telling you not to assume that. And, but also, like, imagine my surprise when listening to the Forge talk today, people in the chat are going, when are you going to fix the Iolite bug? And both John Paul and Ryan, one of the other devs, were like, I thought we fixed that already. Like, so clearly because in Forge Talk 9, they said, hey, we fixed this, and then it's still not working. Clearly, the people that discovered it still wasn't working and that have been complaining about it in the Discord haven't been sending in support tickets for it. So,
yeah. But I mean, there is also, unfortunately, there is a side effect thing where, like, sometimes support is told, like, this is a fixed problem, just close all the tickets out on this.
Oh, sure.
And sometimes they keep closing them out as they come in because they're assuming that it's resolved.
Yep.
So you've got to not only keep sending them in, but send them in later.
Yep.
And unfortunately, you know, I've got to be honest, like, as a Muthzak and as somebody who has very many times told other people, like, here's what you need to send in, here's how you need to send it in, and I've actually sent in a couple bug reports on behalf of other people.
Right.
I have pretty much never sent in a bug report on behalf of an issue that I encountered.
Same. Yep.
Because I come across the issue while I'm playing the game, and I just figure out a resolution to it, like a way to work around it.
Exactly.
And then it's out of my mind.
Yep. Or if it's not that big of a deal to me personally, I will end up forgetting about it.
Yeah.
So.
And yeah, it's basically the same thing. Like, once I'm done with that, like, instance of actually dealing with the bug in my own game,
right.
I'm on to other things.
Yep. 100%.
So, there's very, very few bugs that inconvenience me so much that I do anything more than bitch about it to somebody when it comes up, when it's a topic at hand.
Yep, 100%. Which is terrible. And, anybody listening, don't follow our example.
Yeah.
Do as we say, not as we do. As I frequently tell my children.
Yeah. I'm also not. I don't like writing, so
right.
When I joke about not being a words person and having trouble talking about things,
yep.
If you think it sounds like I have trouble spitting things out sometimes, I am. It's far worse when I'm trying to write things down.
Yeah.
So that also discourages me.
I'm the person that will write something and then read it and hate it, and then scrap it all and rewrite it. And then eventually I get to the fourth or fifth rewrite and I'm like, yep, I'm just done with this. I don't need to do this anymore.
That's pretty much how it goes for me. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, tried writing emails and things like that so many times for work and stuff like that, where
Right.
like I've blown an hour on this email. It still doesn't come out the way I feel like it needs to come out for it to like go under the under the eyes of all the people it's going to pass under.
Right.
It doesn't need to be said.
Yep.
I've got my there's more important things for my time.
Yeah,
So-
that's another good point Alaskan just said. For her, the problem is getting an auto response and not getting any real response. So,
Oh,
like
yeah,
that's
yeah.
that's the frustrating turnoff, which I get.
Yeah, without a doubt.
I try to convince myself that means we've got it, and no news is good news. But I understand she's had some problems before. Like one of the updates, she had a bunch of plants, like she had crab apple trees and stuff inside of her base, and then because the update was going to make them quit growing within hearth areas or whatever, it actually removed them all from her base. So
Yeah, that sucks.
that would be super frustrating.
Yeah. Actually, I think that's one of the types of issues that sort of one of the types of things that they've done where it's kind of like also disincentivized me from playing the game solo as much.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I used to play this game pretty much exclusively solo.
Right.
I've got like probably a dozen.
I remember when we invited you to the stream, and you were like, "Yeah, maybe." I'm glad you joined, but I was definitely totally expecting you to be like, "Yeah, I'm not gonna make it."
Yeah. Well, you know.
And I get it. I get it.
Yeah, I've come to appreciate the the people that I play with
Right. Right.
quite a lot. So, and I've not had a whole lot of compelling like multiplayer experiences in my life.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I'm not. I mean, I don't. I haven't gamed a lot until I started playing this in a long time, and so the other day I downloaded. Just last night I loaded it up and played it for the first time. Dune Awakening, and I didn't realize that it was a PvP, like that it had PvP in it,
oh,
and which if I'd have known that before I started, it wouldn't have been as big of a deal. But also, like, unsolicited voice chat. Like, I haven't played any type of MMO type of game since original EverQuest. And back then there was no voice, it was all text, right? So if I wanted to ignore something, I just close the chat window and ignore it.
right.
So here I am playing this game, thinking that I'm not in any type of PvP situation, and I entered a PvP area and didn't if there was any type of indication that that's what I was entering, I missed it. And then I'm fighting these NPC bad guys, and then somebody else comes up behind me and starts shooting me. Another player comes up and starts shooting me, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? And I died and I revived, and then the person comes up to me, or maybe it was another person, I don't know, comes up to me and starts talking. And they're like rambling about Shai Hulud and how it's the biggest Shai Hulud they'd ever seen, and they're everywhere. And I'm like, okay, I've had enough. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm logging out. Like, I didn't even say anything. I just peaced out. But like, didn't even unmute my mic. I was like, this is too much for me. Like, I will revisit it, but I'll revisit it when I've got more mental bandwidth to deal with that. So.
Yeah.
But that was my Dune Awakening experience. Hopefully it improves.
I hope so.
There is no solo mode for it. Like it's all online all the time. Like the closest thing you're getting to a solo mode is if you rent a private server and don't invite anybody.
Right.
And but I did look it up, and like apparently in the base area of the game for probably like the first 100 hours or so, it sounds like you're in an area that has a few small PvP areas and everything else is PvE. and then when you get to what they call the broad desert or the open desert or something like that, it's mostly PvP and small areas of PvE. So it sounds like in the open desert, you're going to be like, people are going to be grouping up to protect resources so that they can have the resources, and you'll have to fight them off to get them, which is zero. Like, I have no desire to do that, to play that game, but to play that type of game. But
the last MMO I played that had PvP in it, was The Old Republic.
Star Wars, yeah.
Yeah. And I went in expecting, I don't know exactly what I was expecting, but I wasn't really expecting to have to engage much in PvP.
Right.
And I got, a little way, like, maybe halfway leveled or something, and I got into this area where, like, in order to progress the main quest line for my class, it was all in a PvP area. And of course, I kept getting ganked.
Right.
And I got tired of it. That was it. I put the game down, and I was like, yeah, I'm done with this.
Right. Yep. No more. That's exactly probably how I would have responded to that. But on the other hand, if our group all started playing, or other people that I get along with online started a private server and played together on that, and it was more like Return to Moria is, I'd be all about it. It's like I can see the potential in it and see how it's a fun game. I knew Dune Awakening was coming out. I had no clue that it was a survival crafting game. I thought it was just going to be another like RPG or even like a MMO type of general MMO type of situation. I hadn't done any research on it at all because I hadn't seen anything that said survival crafting, so I didn't even look at it. And then somebody in the Discord conversation I was having said that they saw that you can make blueprints out of a building that you've built, and then you can take that blueprint and then basically rebuild the same thing just by the press of a button somewhere else, and you can trade and sell the blueprints to other players and stuff like that. And I'm like, that sounds really cool. I'll check that out. And that keyed me into the fact that it was a survival craft game, and piqued my interest. So we'll see what happens.
That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Feature.
You can also, like, you can scan an area, like to open the map, you have to run some type of a scanner machine to scan the area that provides you with a map. Then you can also take that map and turn it into a schematic, and then you can sell that or trade that to other players so that they don't have to build the scanner and scan the area.
Oh, neat.
Yeah.
That does sound like the type of game that becomes fairly, what's the word? Very guild dominated.
Yes, for sure.
I do have, a survival crafting game that's sort of intended to be like PvP, like guild versus guild type gameplay, called V Rising.
Sorry,
but I
had a chat coming through. What's it called?
V Rising.
Oh, okay. All right.
I've only really played it like solo though.
Okay.
Or on a friend server where I was the only active player. And it's pretty fun. I don't imagine that I'd really like to play it again with PvP, but I do imagine it might be a fun game to play with other people from this group.
Yeah, yeah.
I really like one of the things I really like about that game is I think the day-night mechanic. There's a neat day-night mechanic where, like, if your vampire is running around in the sunlight, you start to burn.
Nice. That makes sense.
So there's lots of shade all around all over, so you can hide in the shade, back between the shade. It makes boss fights interesting, challenging, but
Sure.
interesting.
So are you a Dune fan?
Sort of.
Like,
I would not call myself a Dune fan.
But-
I appreciate the setting.
Okay, so you know enough about it to know that like water is a concern and sun exposure
Yeah.
is a concern and stuff like that. So
Yeah.
you have a sunstroke meter, and if your sunstroke meter fills up, then you start taking damage and stuff like that. And then obviously hydration is a thing. So your hydration meter is broken into 3 sections, and you can go harvest dew off of these like flower things that grow in the shade, but you're only allowed to drink enough dew to fill your hydration bar 1/3. So if it's already at 1/3 or above 1/3, you can't take any more water on that way. You have to actually process your water to and you can like harvest blood from things and put them into these machines to distill them down to water, and which is all very Dune centric lore, right?
Right. Yeah.
But it's a cool mechanic, and you talking about the sun mechanic is what made me think of it. But
Yeah. Similar type of thing.
yeah, it all makes sense to me that way. So, and then there's vehicles. That's where I'm curious to see how the controls go for me once I unlock vehicles, because I've already had a little bit of trouble with controls. I remapped the walk buttons, the forward and backward buttons, to my left and right mouse buttons.
Right.
So my left mouse button is supposed to have me walk backwards, which is what it does in this game, and it doesn't work. So I have to just turn around and walk the other way if I want to go backwards. But
Annoying.
yeah, it is annoying. But that is something that if I continue to play the game, I will certainly file a bug report on, because I'm sure it's just it's probably not something that got a lot of QA attention as far as remapping keys goes. So
Yeah.
is my guess.
I tend to remap things a lot too. And movement keys are probably one of the most common places where it's like, that's not remapping properly.
Right. Yep.
There's something else there's another key that I catch even more often. Should be really obvious. Not coming to me. Oh well.
Yeah, it happens. They did some teasers about the upcoming Bjorning DLC in the Forge Talk today, and they're going to be adding a bunch of build pieces through that DLC, but they're all going to be themed, like wood themed, and they're all going to be kind of at the theme of like Bjorn's cabin or Bjorn's lodge or whatever you want to call it. So very rustic and a lot of wood pieces and stuff like that. But it's going to be more build pieces than they've ever released in an update. Like obviously, probably not since the base game type of thing. So
Are the majority of the build pieces going to be released as part of the update that don't require the DLC, or are they going to require the DLC? Do you know?
It sounds like they're going to require the DLC, to be honest with you, which is not exciting, and it's surprising, but it sounds like they're going to be DLC centric.
Hopefully they get slide some more build content into the base game.
Yes.
with an update
Yep.
too.
Talk about cosmetics starting to be more mixed bag, as far as like not all going to be armor, more just like outfits. Like the one that's coming in the Bjorning DLC is like the type of thing that you would come home from your day of adventuring or work and put this on to be cozy before you go to bed type of thing. So
So like the mithril chainmail, the pajamas.
Right, the pajamas. Yeah. Yeah. I thought that when they were talking about it in the Forge talk, but I didn't say anything. I had already kind of fired a few shots across the bow of the devs, so I figured I wouldn't push my luck anymore. Because I fired more shots about the lack of a bearskin rug.
Focus on the important things,
Yes.
right?
Yep, exactly. Because I repeatedly hear the devs say, well, Bjorn wouldn't be happy if you had a bearskin rug. And I said, this
Bjorning?
excuse is unacceptable.
I should just add the Bjorning as a wandering world boss
Yep, for sure.
who is completely hostile to anything he comes across.
Right. And then you know what I'm gonna do? Then I'm gonna make a bare knuckle brawler challenge with him as the target.
I mean, that would be great. Like,
Yeah.
even if it was an impossible bare knuckle brawler challenge,
Right,
because
right.
probably should be.
I mean, if they're gonna let us beat the Troll King as a bare knuckle brawler, then we should probably be able to do Bjorn too. So, just my thought, but
Yeah.
So far the only two creatures in the game that you can't beat bare knuckle brawling are the Watcher and the Dragon. So,
Yeah.
and I can punch the Watcher, but it shows 0 points of damage.
Right.
So,
Yep. Yeah.
right now I'm failing to remember if the dragon shows 0 points of damage when you punch her or not, but
I think so.
I think it does too. Yeah.
I know I've tried punching her,
Yep.
and I'm not even a bare knuckle brawler. But
You should be.
I spent so many hours working on that, trying that challenge, and I think I got it the second time, but I realized I wasn't recording,
Oh shit.
and I spent 4 more hours or something like that on that one day.
Right.
I was like, nope, ain't happening.
Well, that sucks.
So I just decided I don't have the patience for this type of thing.
Right.
I'm not that great a player. I usually I typically on solo play on like pretty hard settings, but I use all kinds of tricks to
Right.
swing battles in my favor. Like building up like special like corridors and structures and stuff to
Sure.
make sure that the orcs have very limited access to me.
Right. I've done things with trolls like I see a troll and I look at the doorway that's like blocking him from getting to the light and it's got some wooden structure in it and I'm like, I think he can fit through there if I get rid of that. So then I go up there and I build adamant walls or whatever the strongest wall I have is on the other side of that wooden structure and then I mine it all out of there and clear it out and then I break my walls down and pick everything up and then I go in and I hit him once and I run him out to the sunlight. It'd take me 30 minutes to get him drug out to the sunlight because inevitably I will finish my work and then it'll be dark out and I'll have to wait until it turns light or sleep or whatever. But
the actual fighting is minimized.
right. I will admit, I got the bear on my second or third try and the troll, I quit counting at like 62 tries or something like that. And I'm sure that it was up to 80 by the time I was done. So
Yeah. I don't have the patience for that type of thing.
yeah, it definitely wasn't in like one shot. It was over a course of like a week. Like I kept on I'd log in and I'd be like, okay, let's go try to kill this troll. And I'd do it, 4 or 5 times. And then I'd be like, okay, we're done here. So,
Right.
but
Yeah. I don't know what it is, but there's something about my personality that does not.
yeah.
I get more and more disgruntled.
Yep. Yeah. You gotta make sure you stop when it's no fun anymore for sure.
Yeah.
The fact that I can't jump over that railing is dumb. Sometimes if you do it a couple times in a row and then you start dodge rolling, you can get over it. Like there, I got over it, but
There you go.
and
I
you
like the
can
fact that I can just keep that until I run out of stamina. I
right,
just keep dodge rolling right against the top of it.
right, and you can jump up and climb on top of the post, but you can't climb on top of the railing from the ground.
Yeah.
So, oh, I jumped over it that time. I wonder if it's because I'm on the floor there. That's got to be it because the floor is just a tiny bit higher. That's stupid. I wonder. I can't get this railing to snap, this small banister. I wonder if I build a post and put it up there and then delete the post if it'll work. One way to find out. Nope.
There we go. What?
No, I was trying to build the. So I've got that banister up there. There's like a decoration. I was trying to put a short one to go to the peak of the roof, and so I built a column attached to the end of the long banister, and then I attached the short banister to that column, and then I deleted the column, and then the short banister exploded, of course. So
Yeah.
actually, what might work. Just have to get the measurements right. No. Well, there's no reason we can't do that. It doesn't want to stick there. I wonder if it's because of the cross member. No. Well, that's dumb.
Interesting.
That's so stupid. Well, that's dumb. The crown piece of that column wouldn't snap to it, but the shaft piece will.
This game and its snapping points are.
Hey, that's gonna stay though. Or so it appears.
How about the small banister will snap now?
Yeah, that's what I'm going for. Hey, we got it. If something doesn't fit, you're not trying hard enough. That sounded a little weird. Yeah, I like that. I gotta go put my cross beams back up there. Oh, I don't know if I said it or not. I started talking about the Bjorning DLC and the build pieces. Specifically, they mentioned proper wooden roofs or proper wooden roofs. I'm like, you don't like our stairway roofs?
Oh, proper wooden roofs.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice. Be funny if the stairway roofs still look better.
Right, right. That'll be hilarious. Furnishings.
There's definitely something to be said for the natural ventilation that these provide.
Yeah, especially in a stable.
Especially in a stable.
I'm not sure what you're talking about on the "That's What She Said" Jubo, but yes, it's definitely what she said. There's been some questionable things said, so I don't know which questionable one you're commenting on. Oh, this is going to be terrible. How uneven is that? It's not perfect, but it's not terrible. I mean, I'm not even going to try and move that. That's as close as I could have hoped for, I think. The one on the left is just a tiny bit lower than the one on the right.
It's not that obvious.
They're lined up pretty good this way, though, left to right. I mean, I'm the one that placed it, and I still have to get it just the right angle to see if they're off. It's always more obvious to the person that placed it or the one that's trying to analyze it.
Yeah.
He told himself unconvincingly.
At least this is one of the deciding factors. Is I'm like, is that amount of variation something I'd expect to see in real life?
Yeah, right?
Yeah, that totally is.
For sure. Yeah, with that in mind, it could just be like over time, the wind blowing these flags around, they're going to stretch and get misshapen a little bit. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's a good way of looking at it. So Jubo's "That's What She Said" was to me saying, if it doesn't fit, you're not trying hard enough. That's fair. I do want to point out to everybody that I did mark this stream as not safe for children. So if your kids are watching, it's not
And you
my
did
problem.
that because you knew Jubo was in the audience.
Right. Because I know that Jubo and Alaskan are always going to make an appearance. You got to watch out for those Duran's dangerous divas. Are you asking because you just showed up, Nibs, or are you asking what you missed because you heard us laughing? We're not being mean to Jubo and Alaskan. Like they know who they are. They know what they're capable of and the types of comments that they make. I'm sure most of us have seen Dern's Dangerous Diva streams and what they get up to.
I do wish we had a couple, like, fountains.
Yeah, fountains would be nice.
Like, even if it was just a, even something like a bird bath. Like,
Yeah, not with like an active water feature.
yeah,
Yeah, just like a
just like,
viewing
Yeah.
pool type of thing.
right.
What do they call that thing at the Washington Monument? The reflecting pool. You see how these cross beams stick out on the corner of the roof? Is that unacceptable?
I'd probably try, adding something to it to see if I could make it less obvious that it's just
Yeah.
the end of the crossbeam sticking out. Not sure how. This is probably a really bad idea. Nope. Guess I'm not going to try that.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. I was just thinking about sticking a lamp on the end of it. It probably
Gotcha.
would have looked ridiculous.
I think I can fix it by just overlapping the cross beams a little bit more.
Right. Yep. That did not turn out.
Yeah, that's not really gonna... It works on the other side, but it doesn't work on this side. Which is weird. Let's try this a different way. That works. Said start from the outside instead of the center. Okay, so next question. wood column or, yeah, or stone column. I think wood.
Certainly right where you put that stone column is not a good place for a stone
No,
column.
I just wanted to, I mean, it'll go where the wood column is. I just
Where
wanted
the wood
to,
column is.
yeah.
Uh,
I think
probably
wood.
the wood, but it's not a call that I'd make based on not seeing it in the place.
Right.
Let's see, where is stone column in here?
Like midway down, a little bit more than midway down the wood and stone building menu.
I mean, the stone column looks kind of okay right there, but yeah, like I don't think I can get it to snap into the right place.
Yeah, I'd have to move the wood column to get that one perfectly centered. I wonder if, because those cross beams aren't perfectly centered on the wood column, I wonder if I could move them and they'd snap into place. Probably not. Listen to me being all positive.
Maybe just do the what is it, the full height adamant column? I'm joking.
Right.
The thing I don't like about the wood column is really like the way it looks at the bottom right there.
Yeah, how it's a little sunk into the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's really particularly glaring with these wood columns. With that metal there. It just,
Yeah. Especially if you know what they look like before you place them.
yeah.
We're doing a stable, Nibs. Have a good night, Jubo. All right, give me my cross beams back. You're kidding me, right? Nibs wants to know why you're brandishing your shield. I will.
Oh, I was,
There we go.
how's that look? Oh. Still.
Yeah, I think I placed those. I ultimately placed those crossbeams lower than I originally had them because they snapped in a different spot this time. So
Yeah, they did.
they snapped lower. So cross. I hate when you've scrolled in the build menu and then you try to scroll again and click on something, it makes the whole menu jump.
Oh yeah, it happens to me a lot. And yes, I usually cuss when that happens.
Right?
It's so aggravating.
At one point in time, I was in the habit of, if I wanted to scroll, if I was in the wood and stone menu and I wanted to scroll for a second time, I would just switch to the granite tab and then switch back to the wood tab to reset it.
Yeah. Makes sense. As far as the shield brandishing, the answer is probably a little bit of an unconscious habit from when I was using
The Irigian shield.
the Irigian shield a lot of the time, because it changes the lighting, which is I actually do find useful for building, seeing it with different lighting.
Yep.
But I was actually when I was doing it this time, I was thinking about the fact that it's kind of interesting, very predictable, kind of what you'd expect knowing how lighting in games works. But if you didn't know how lighting in games works, you might expect the shield to block the light coming from the Irigian armor, right? Mm-hmm. And I was just thinking about the fact that it doesn't do anything to obstruct the light coming from my armor.
Gotcha.
And kind of wishing that it did, because I think it would be a cool effect.
Right.
Never mind the fact that it would be an utter waste of computing resources.
There we go.
All right.
So here's an interesting use for free cam that devs probably didn't bank on. I like to get into free cam so that I can get low on a piece to see where to see if it's actually connected to the floor.
Oh. I haven't thought about doing that. I haven't used the free cam that much, to be honest. But yeah, that seems like a really sensible use.
Yeah. This thing is connected to the floor, but barely. Like, I question whether or not it's enough to provide stability, but we'll let it ride and see what happens. It is connected. That column is also connected to the stone barrier, or the stone block, whatever I have there. So we'll see what happens.
Oh, interesting. I am just discovering that the free cam is blocked by dwarfs.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. Like, I hit my dwarf, and I can't go past my dwarf.
What if you hide your dwarf?
That's a good question. Let's see. How do I do that?
You
R.
press, R.
Oh, now I can go through my dwarf.
There you go.
Nice. Free cam reminds me a lot of flying a drone.
Yeah. Yep. I could agree with that.
I wish it was a little bit like I kind of wish that there was more of like a sense of like an analog control or something with it. Mm-hmm. So that I can get, some
yeah, that
like one.
Go ahead, sorry.
One thing I like to do with the drone is like strafe to the side while rotating around something.
Yes. Yep.
And then shift so that I'm moving more towards something. So slowly accelerate my forward motion so I'm moving more towards something and then adjust my focal point in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
That would provide some really like neat captures in this game.
For sure. Free cam is the only thing the only thing thus far that has made me jealous of people that use controllers. Because
Oh yeah.
I have no, like you see Davey's free cam video tours of his base and stuff like that, and how smooth the camera moves and stuff like that. It's like also controllers can walk and mouse and keyboard players can't walk. We just have to jog everywhere, jog or sprint. So,
Right.
Yeah. Otherwise,
To be honest, that's probably the most critical thing. The thing I'm most critical about in Davy's footage, but I mean, that's not really his fault. That's just
right. 100%.
the way the game is built.
Right.
And I come at it from having like flown a drone for the purpose of gathering footage. So
Right. I don't have a lot of drone experience. I have just enough to know what you're talking about, but come on.
my wife paid for me to get my drone license several years ago, which I need to renew.
Yeah.
It is now expired. But, and then she had me fly her drone, for gathering footage for videos and other things that she wanted.
Uh-huh.
Oh.
She does something with art, right?
Yeah. Yep. She's an artist. She has a YouTube channel, but it's mostly art and health related stuff. She likes having like nature scenes and stuff in it.
Sure.
She's also like, she's neurodivergent and she's very interested in like all kinds of things. So she's very intelligent. But she talks about like, neurology, a lot. She's been writing a book on neurology,
Okay.
or was writing a book on neurology, but she kind of got sidetracked into other things.
Right.
But
I know that feeling all too well.
Yeah. She spent years on it. She did so much research and so much reading and stuff like that. And it's one of those things where, like, it would be really not. It's one of those, there's so much work and research that went into this. And it's a shame that she's never finished it.
Right.
I don't know if she will. But still, we learned a lot of stuff that was useful for us, so.
Sure. I can't tell you how many years I've been, quote unquote, writing my own role-playing game.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And everything that I've done to research that, it gets used in some other aspect of typically my gaming lifestyle, but
Right.
I don't feel like it was wasted time, I guess is the main thing I'm trying to convey there.
Yeah, a lot of these things aren't wasted. And
Yeah.
the biggest waste of time is getting on yourself about the fact that
Right.
you're not really following that anymore.
I mean, if I'm being honest, the main reason that I haven't completed it is because every time I get a gaming group together, it seems to last for 6 months or a year, and then it falls apart again. So, and a big part of it is playtesting everything, right? So,
Yeah, my wife, speaking of gaming stuff and play testing and things like that. My wife's also made some board games.
Nice.
And she has a couple up on the Game Crafter, which is like a indie game publishing site. Mm-hmm. Because she's not super keen on like getting involved with bigger publishers for reasons which are probably obvious to you.
Yeah.
But it's kind of funny. We met on online on like OkCupid, and you know, it seemed like we had a lot of very like similar interests in our hobbies.
Uh-huh.
Like both like video games, both like board games, both like to study very cerebral, intellectual things. And we do talk about the neurology and psychology stuff and health stuff. Oh, we both have health problems and food dietary restrictions. But like the foods that we can eat don't overlap very well.
Oh, that sucks.
The types of board games that we enjoy don't actually overlap very well. Like I'm into like role-playing games and stuff like that, and she likes like these really like much drier, much more intense like strategy games. Like the trading type strategy games, worker placement things, games like Agricola and stuff like that.
Right.
Which bore me and frustrate me to no end. Like, I'm just like, there's not enough going on. I like games with a fair amount of like, you know, surprise and like mental dexterity. And she likes things where it's like, there's pretty much a best thing you can do.
Sure.
And
there's solid repeatable strategy.
Yeah. But she also likes it when it's like, and if somebody takes the best thing away from you, you're SOL, which I hate.
Yep.
I hate it when I'm like, okay, like there's clearly, this is the right thing for me to do. And somebody else can just jump in line in front of me. And then I'm like, well,
right.
I guess there's nothing for me to do. Like, no. Like part of the fun is like, okay, what happened was just unexpected, but there's now lots of other good things. That
now we just shift a little bit and we're fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
All is not lost.
And that's actually, you know, that's one of the neat things about games like role-playing games.
Yeah.
When you play them as a strategy game, because that's, you know, one of the primary ways people play them.
So how does she feel about card games?
She likes card games. I hate card games.
So what about, have you ever played Munchkin?
I kind of like Munchkin. I still don't like the fact that it has cards because it's like, I have trouble with my hands, so.
Sure.
Munchkin, so card game, I drop cards all the time and stuff like that. But I actually do kind of like Munchkin. I don't think she really likes Munchkin that much.
Okay. I just kind of figured, I was trying to rack my brain for a game that would intersect your guys's likes, and that's the closest thing I came up with. I understand the card thing because having one hand manipulating cards is a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
I have these little, they were made by Wormwood Gaming, which is a company I don't support anymore, but I'm sure there's other people out there that make them. There's these little hex tiles, and they have angled slots cut into them that you can hold your cards in. You still have to grab the card and put it in there and stuff like that, but you don't have to hold them in one hand and try to manipulate them with the other hand and stuff like that.
Right,
so.
Yeah. You probably have an even harder time like shuffling decks of cards than I do.
I don't shuffle. When I play, I used to have a poker night. I haven't done it in a long time, but I used to have a poker night. And when it was my turn to deal, I passed the deal to somebody else. And everybody that came to poker night understood and knew that. But that's kind of part of poker night. Everybody takes their turn, you know. So, but
yeah.
everybody, like I said, everybody was understanding of it, but it's frustrating for me.
I bet. Yeah. So.
I regularly find myself doing, like, struggling to do something and then finally finding a way, and then I'm still mad at myself because it took me too long to figure out, while somebody else that's sitting back watching me and trying to help me, and I'm telling them not to help me, is like, oh my God, I can't believe you figured that out that fast, and it's like, yeah, I appreciate your vote of confidence there, like, but I'm still pissed off at myself. And you just need to let me be pissed off at myself for a minute.
Well, I think we all find it much easier to be hard on ourselves.
Yeah, for
and
sure.
easier to be easier on others.
Yep.
Except some people who are just hard on everybody, including themselves.
Right. And those people aren't very happy in the world, so.
Yeah.
So somebody in my chat, Bella and the Wise, he says, hey guys, you may be against AI, but my own world, I'm assuming he's talking about like a role-playing homebrew world, 10 years of Google documents, tens of thousands of years of history and lore. I dumped into ChatGPT and it's like it came to life. I mean, that's a worthy use of ChatGPT. Like, my biggest thing about AI is the whole AI art argument. Like, I don't get mad that people use AI for art because I'm not that type of artist, but I understand the people that do get upset about it, especially if you're one of those people that somehow your art ended up as a stock photo on the internet and you're not making any money off of it, and now people that would have had to originally go to an artist and commission them for work are now just pulling it out of AI, and some AI company is making the money on it, right? But for something like that, something like dumping your own lore into AI and having it kind of compile it and make it more manageable, that's got merit.
Or dumping your own art into AI and then using that to
for sure
help generate more art and stuff like that. And AI is a pretty nuanced thing.
Yeah.
I definitely know people who, like, artists who have benefited from being able to use AI to give them things to work off of much quicker. But, there's also, like, this huge drive or incentive for corporations to be like, here's just one more way to aid our race to the bottom.
Yeah, right.
And generate slop and sell that as like, hey, we don't have to use artists, we don't have to pay them, and here, we'll give you slop.
Right.
And of course, nobody wants to see that unless they've got a whole lot of their entire life invested in stocks.
Yes. Yep.
And of course, they'll complain too, but they won't do anything to change that.
Right. I don't know. Are we done? Is the stable done? Might benefit from a lamp in there, huh? Maybe just one.
Is there any way we can make something that looks like a trough, perhaps?
Kasumi says we need goats in our stable. I agree, but
we do.
Not sure we can herd a goat all the way from the mines into my stable. Trough.
It seems a little bit high. Can I up that down slightly? Probably not.
I would maybe put the trough out here by the fence.
Okay.
That's the nuance that I come up with because I have spent much of my life around livestock and especially horses and stuff like that. But
yeah,
and these stalls I would view as like a sleeping stall.
The stables that I grew up around tended to be open on both ends.
Gotcha.
My parents both grew up on farms, so every time I was at my grandparents', on either side, there were horses, and my grandpa was a cattle rancher. fortunately, even when I was working the farm, I never was working it barefoot, so I don't have these same types of experiences that you have with like
Right.
squishing through unpleasant things.
Right. Right. You see, that wasn't a working situation. That was a we were living in the farmhouse on a 300-acre farm, and another farmer had his cattle in the pastures there. And somebody left the gate open, so we woke up on like a Saturday morning, and the cows had sometime in the night gotten out, and thankfully they just hung around our yard and crapped all over the yard. And then it was like, hurry up and get them out because they were starting to work their way up the lane. So we had to hurry up and get out there and herd them back in. And it was literally my dad came in and woke me up hurriedly. And he's like, get outside. So I'm out there running around in my underwear, barefoot. And then the rest is history. Now immortalized on the internet.
Indeed.
So I was messing with this earlier, and Kasumi just said in the chat that she liked that idea. I put a tree bed in here. Obviously, I'm not growing a tree in here, but it's the base tree bed, so it looks like a pile of straw or compost.
Right. Let's see if I can get that back in there. Where's that?
I wonder if you put an adamant barrier there and like not trying to create a physical opening for the water, but if you put an adamant barrier and then put some railing on the out, like skinned it in railing on the outside, it might kind of make it look like a wooden trough, and then imagine that the barrier was a trough. It was actually holding water. I wish cranberries still had water in them when you
What I was
planted them.
gonna try doing is using this,
That looks good.
and then putting basically barriers below it to make that top sort of like give it a sort of a ring.
Yeah. Yep.
But maybe trying that with the adamant barrier. Why can I not select? There we go. See if I can get this just below. Yeah, maybe something like that. I don't know. You tell me how that looks.
Let me put my armor back on because I can't see right now. Yeah, I think that's got merit.
Okay.
I do want to try the lattice thing on it though, just to see what it looks like on the outside,
Yeah. Mess with it all you want.
just to make it look less cold stone.
Or scrap it and replace it if you...
No, I like it. I like the way the top turned out for sure. What do you think of that?
Yeah. I mean, that actually looks better on the front than the plain adamant barrier then did. Yeah, my initial idea, even before I got as far as I did when I was working in the
I see prey ahead.
back, was to try it with the decorative barrier.
Oh,
Because
yeah.
it has that nice, like, rounded bit on the top.
Yeah, I think that frequently, like that's going to look really good, but then I get it placed and I'm like, it's too damn tall.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't even have to place it. I just lined it up and I'm like, nope.
Yep. Yep. I do like the second row of fencing in here. It made it look less unfinished with the flooring coming out there.
I was just trying, like, playing with it, trying to see if I could come up with a way to make it so that the fencing was jump overable.
Right, right. It ended up looking good though. So, what do you think? Leave the tree beds? I think they look good.
Yeah. Yeah, they look good to me.
All right, now we need a well. which is going to require me to put that hearth back so that I can pull from my supplies.
Shh. I see prey ahead.
What'd you kill it with?
I didn't even hit it. I just
Oh.
punched the air and it spooked him. I didn't expect that.
Zeta says that AI is a potentially useful tool as long as corporations don't end up using it to cut costs like they are inevitably trying to do. Yeah, that's kind of where we were at.
Yeah.
With our
Unfortunately,
whole
you
line
know,
of thinking.
that's exactly like any tool that comes out, corporations are going to be like, how can I use it to cut
Yeah,
costs?
how can I exploit this to my benefit?
Yeah. But I mean, it's kind of just the natural, like,
Yep.
evolution or process with corporations to be like, humans are just resources. It's just objectification of human labor.
Yes. 100%.
And even human, like, customers. It's always numbers. How do we make more money by spending less money?
Yep.
I feel like stockholders need to be held accountable for like any like unethical practices that
Yeah.
that corporations they have hold stock in
Yep.
do.
Yeah, make them hold those corporations to the fire
Yeah.
by being held
Because
to
as
the
long as
fire.
stockholders are going to be like, make money for me, that's what you exist for.
Yep.
That's what corporations are going to do.
Yep, yep. Am I starving again already?
But if every time, you know, Dow did something like with chemicals somewhere that was polluted, if every stockholder got a fine in the mail,
Right.
instead of that fine going to the corporation, they'd be like, what the hell is going on real quick?
Right.
I saw that little pot you put at the bottom and I was like,
I'm putting the pot here because ultimately I will place a pot in the center of this well,
right.
or on the lip of this well, and then also I'm using it to build kind of the outline to make sure that I don't build this too small or too big.
That makes sense.
But yes, I understand why it was humorous. Siege.
You orc filth!
Here they come.
Tear you!
No, Nibs, this is
We got all
a well.
That's all you got!
Come on.
My axe was just going right through this warg.
Good hit.
Oh, we got him over here at the house.
Crap.
Oh, maybe not.
Good thing you
Maybe
got those speedy boots.
No, I think I was just seeing things. Yeah, there's something invisible here.
Oh. Is it underneath? It might be underneath.
I don't want to destroy the house.
Yeah, it's underneath. I just saw the axe clip through the wall.
Oh, now he's over here breaking shit.
You know what we could do is we could just pour it out.
Yeah. Do we have a map stone here? We don't. I can place one quick. Thought I could place one. There we go. All right, here we go.
Oh, this guy came up.
There's another one there too.
Yep.
And now the siege is over.
Yep. Well, all you had to do is place a map stone and try leaving, and they were like,
Right.
"Wait,
They're like,
they're getting
"Nope."
away." Okay, so we got to put these stairs back.
Yeah, they were the short granite stairs. There's two of them there. Probably gonna have to remove the oven to get the floor back. And the potted plant. Oh, maybe
That's
not.
too short.
I'm surprised that it'll let me put that floor back in. Left that oven in that pot there.
You might have to move the plant on the left side. Unless...
Yeah, I think that's
guess
how
so.
they were before. No,
Okay.
I don't think that's how they were before, but that looks fine because it makes more sense not to have stairs going up to the part that's blocked by the lattice. Now it actually makes me want to put short banisters on them. Yeah, that looks good.
Perfect.
Back to the well.
Oh, hell.
Kasumi says, until I finish it, it's an outhouse. Like, well, I don't think we should be contaminating it before we finish building it. But how about we call it a chamber pot for now instead of an outhouse? Where was I? Wood and stone.
I want to try something based on that design. So I'm just going to shadow you here.
Sure.
Let's see. Pretty close to what you did.
How did that one mesh in there? It's not letting me mesh this one in. That's ridiculous. Oh, that looks good. With the big granite crown. Can I try something before you completely surround it with stairs?
Yeah, yeah. Just trying to figure out. I wasn't even sure if I was going to, so a little bit reluctant to.
This would be really tedious lining this all up like this, but doesn't quite go high enough, but I wonder, is that granite column crown sunk in a little
Slow.
bit?
That's as low as I could get it to go.
Okay.
I might be able to jump on Epic and then, hide the floor and
Right.
whatever, but
I like where this design is going. If we could get it a little bit lower, but also this would be kind of a more refined well, and I think this area calls for something more rustic, but
yeah.
or this build in general. Not that you can have finer things in the Elven Quarter, but
Yeah, that's why I was just doing it alongside, because I wanted
Right.
to see if this would work at all.
yep, that's what I figured. No, there's good ideas there. Alaskan does a lot of, I don't know if you've seen any of her tower builds, but she builds full-fledged circular towers with those granite
The
column sections.
columns.
Yeah. Like nearly perfectly circular too. It's pretty crazy.
I saw that Miriak had done one that he credited to
Yeah.
her.
Yep. Yeah, it started with the so Davey did that angled wall in Fire in Dwarrowdelf, and then I did an angled wall in the mines, and then
Yeah.
somebody asked me, I can't remember how it happened, but I was actually in the Elven Quarter in my world, like showing somebody how to build the angled wall, and I was down there by the promenade where the statue is. And then I started messing with the columns, but I didn't overlap them enough. And so if you destroyed one piece in the bottom, everything above it would explode. So,
Right.
and if you destroyed the wrong piece in the bottom, the whole wall would explode. So then Alaskan kind of dove headlong into it and started overlapping them more, and it got really stable. Like you could destroy pieces in the middle to make windows like arrow slits and stuff like that, and everything would stay up. What else do we need? Why did we put that banner there?
The one on the wall,
Yeah, the one on the wall.
Here?
Yep.
I don't call. Well, it might be because of this. Let me.
I
Like right
see
here?
something.
Uh-huh.
Over there.
Yeah, we could
Like
match
I,
it.
I see that there's one here as well,
This is a treasure.
and maybe you were trying to hide that because there's not one here or here in the middle.
I'm gonna delete the banner and see what we're hiding.
Yeah, 'cause
Yep. Yep. So there's something poking through there from the inside, possibly. Oh, they destroyed the narrow wall right here.
No. Damn it, orcs. This is why you never get invited over for tea anyway.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how that happened. I don't know what's there to.
I wouldn't be surprised if what is there is
Is
maybe what
original,
was
not-
there.
Yeah,
like
not-
is well, yeah, the original structure.
yeah, can't deconstruct. Yep, that's what's going on.
And you were like, well, I don't want to destroy that, so
Right.
we'll just cover it up.
Well, probably because I had already had so much built that destroying it would have meant redoing a lot of work.
Yeah.
I'm guessing. I can't imagine that I would have covered it and left it sticking out the way that it was through the banner.
Yeah, I don't remember putting that banner there myself. I did put the banner that's back there
I see
Yeah.
something.
in the alley.
Yep, I remember that. And that one makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah. Maybe one of the orcs was like, this wall looks funny.
Right, right. Yes, it's so the reason it's sticking out is because if it gets too far away from the wall, it won't connect.
Can we stick something on the wall that the banner can hang off of? Like, would a beam stick out enough?
Maybe.
Beam.
Yep. So can we center it there, or do we just do a line of beams all the way across?
Oh, I don't know.
Or let me delete the beam and try a granite barrier and see if it'll stick out. See if I can just kind of like not snap it and get it to stick out.
It seems like it's easy enough to get one to stick out in that spot.
Yeah. That's a little less obtrusive and obvious. Not a flag, a banner. There we go. That's better. I wondered about turning the third level of this into a bunkhouse. Like putting some beds up here. I don't know, storage is probably a better idea.
I'm just imagining dwarves like drinking at night and then
Right.
climbing up the ladder and falling off the ladder and breaking their never making it to bed.
Right, right. Oh, we're getting a placeable station for harvesting bees in the Bjorning DLC.
Oh, neat.
Oh, you know what nobody asked about? Nibs, if you're still listening. Nobody asked about growing blaze shroom and sunken moss.
Uh-oh.
I'm having that glitch again where whatever I have queued up to build is going away. Like I deselected it, but I didn't do anything.
Oh, interesting. So you're in the build.
Like I have a farm plot, a crude farm patch queued up to place right now, and I just was moving around a little bit and it just disappeared. Like I didn't have anything queued to build anymore.
Huh. I think I've encountered that bug once, but I've heard people complain about it.
It's like when it happens, it seems to happen like it just keeps happening. But
Yeah.
but it's not every time I log in, you know. And that's where the sunshine ends. Oh, there, we're gonna go there. He's like, no, you're not gonna build that there. I don't have anything to plant because I don't have my backpack.
Do we need to just
Actually, I shouldn't carry the whole pack. I should just grab the one thing that I want to plant.
what are you planting?
Grab apples.
Those don't look like cabbages. You missed one of the plots.
Did I?
Yep,
Well, son of a...
right in front of me.
All right, there we go.
I was tempted to just stick a cabbage in it for you to find later.
I've amazed myself with the... Like, I purposely put packs inside my pack and inside the chest in order so that I don't have to open them to see what's in them. I just know I'm grabbing the right pack, but it amazes me every time I happen to grab the right pack. I'm like, I don't know why I waste all my time doing this. I'm never going to grab the right pack anyways, but I do.
Well,
Because my memory is terrible.
that reminds me a bit, like, you know, of before they introduced the sort, and I still do it a fair bit. Like, I always had like things placed in certain slots in my backpack so that I could always go to things quickly.
Right.
And then, of course, after they added the sort, though, it's so easy for me to like be in my inventory and for some reason think I need like try moving. And if I try backing up, then
Right.
scrambles my, by my opinion, scrambles my inventory.
Yeah, and that's like I don't use the sort key at all, because I have things in specific slots in my backpack. Usually the bottom 2, sometimes 3 rows of my backpack of a Mountaineer's pack are stuff that never leave my inventory unless I'm using those resources to build a repair smithy or something. So
Yeah. I use the top row and the bottom 2.
right. So I know that you've never done the streaming, at least not to Steam thing, but you might know anyways. If I'm going to stream to the top of the Steam page like we did last Friday, do I have to be running the game from my Steam account or can I do it from Epic?
I have no idea.
To me, it doesn't make any sense because how does anybody know? Because I'm using a program called Atom to broadcast my multiple streams, right? So they can't tell it's coming. How do they know that it's an Epic version of the game, or a PS5 version or an Xbox version, and not a Steam version?
Yeah, I mean, I guess as long as you can stream to Steam, from a recording software, a streaming software that.
I know that the first time Sleepy did it, they had her using a program called Restream.
Then I would assume that you don't need Steam.
Okay.
I would think that if you could only, that the requirement for it to be a Steam game would really only exist if the only way to stream to it was through Steam.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, we as a group streamed on the Steam page last week, but I sent in a video, and what the person that I sent the video to said was, if you guys send me a video, I'll just be streaming it to the top of the Steam page. So that's obviously not coming from the game. Nobody's got their Steam version of their game opened up to be able to play my video. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
yeah, and I would say that Steam probably wouldn't care too much because you're streaming to the Steam page that's there for selling that game.
They're still advertising Steam, not Epic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's in their benefit to make it as easy for somebody. They want to sell the game. They don't.
Right.
Making sure that you are running from a game that they've sold you is not nearly as important.
Right. Yeah. The chance of somebody going to Epic or PlayStation or Xbox and buying the game when they see it advertised on Steam, those people were going to buy it from a different platform no matter what, if they were going to buy it. So.
Yeah.
Somebody was having trouble locating save files, and the reason they want to locate their save files is because they're going to be streaming to the Steam page, and they were told that or thought they have it in their head that they have to have the Steam account, and they just got the game on Steam, so they don't the world that they want to play in for their stream is on Epic. And they were having trouble locating the files to be able to move them. So that's what made me think of it. That's what made.
Were they having trouble? Did they figure it out?
Yeah, the reason that I thought of this now is because I just checked my Discord messages, and Nibs had sent me a message that she had done screen share with that person and helped them find the save files. So they've got it figured out, but their solution was going to be to. Run the game on Epic, and then as a online co-op game, and then start their Steam account up and enter that world.
I see where you're going.
Yeah,
that's a lot of extra processing power.
Yeah, especially if you're doing it on the same computer.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I've done that before. I've done that to make videos for like my Be Right Back screen and stuff like that, and it gets laggy, and especially if you don't have great internet, or depending on how powerful your computer is and all that stuff. I did it on my older computer and it was a bit laggy, but this one would probably run it better, but I still wouldn't trust it for a 2 to 4 hour stream.
Yeah. Yeah. I would not do that. And if I had to do that, I would try to find a way to run the server to absolutely minimize the resource usage on the server side.
Right. Yeah, 100%. So,
which, I mean, I've heard of people, like, when I was playing a game I don't think I've ever talked about with y'all, which was pretty fun and I was into for a while. Let me just see. The name of it is. Come on. Should be in my Steam list because it hasn't been that long since I played it. Wayfinder.
Yeah, I've never heard you talk about it before. I've heard the name before, but I don't know. I might be thinking of something completely different as far as not even the game, just something else named Wayfinder. But
it's not this type of game at all. It's sort of an action like. Well, it started as like an online like MMO sort of fantasy style game in sort of the play style of something like Destiny 2 or Warframe.
Okay.
So you jump into it. There is a overworld area, but a lot of it's instanced like dungeon crawling.
Okay.
And boss fights. A lot of like a big focus on boss fights.
Okay.
It's one of those games that I actually would play with a controller. And I don't know if you know, but I'm not a big fan of controllers.
Right.
So,
right. Yeah, we've talked about using that as around Cyro and stuff before, but
yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I like keypads. Things
Right.
like mice with lots of buttons or one-handed keyboards.
Right.
But anyway, there was a fellow in the Discord who figured out how to like tweak the graphics settings and stuff really like way below what the game allows a player to actually choose in settings.
And what would be the purpose of that?
He was running it on a budget processor with a built-in GPU
Okay.
into the processor, so like a computer that doesn't begin to meet the specs for running the game.
Right.
And that was all he had at the time because his gaming machine blew up essentially. So
Huh.
So he turned the graphics settings down so far that it looked like a decades-old video game. And it was astonishing to me that he could even play. Like
That's crazy.
how old it looked, but it was funny, and I mean he got good performance out of it and everything.
I think those pots feel decidedly more dwarven with fire in them.
Yeah. Yeah, if they do.
I really want them to give us that fire pot that sits outside the Elven Forge at some point in time.
Oh yeah, the large brazier.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I've thought that probably ever since I first saw it.
Right.
Like, why can't
Yeah,
we
as soon
build
as I
this?
realized it wasn't destroyable, I'm like, we need to be able to build that.
And not only that, like the fact that it isn't destroyable is probably part of the reason why
Yeah.
that comes to mind. But the other thing is there's only one.
Right.
Damn it.
In the
There's
in the
one on
entire
this side.
game. Yeah, oh yeah.
There's not-
One not symmetrical, but yeah, thanks for pointing that out even further, game. Like that there's no true symmetry in the game.
Yeah.
I don't have a glam ring with me.
Because I don't know if it was the first game that I played. Probably was. Like, of course, I tried making this area right here all fancy schmancy,
Right.
and pretty quickly became apparent the lack of symmetry, as you said, and like,
Yeah.
it's right.
Yeah, the more you add, especially to this corridor right here, the
Yeah.
more you add to it, the more you realize, the more it's apparent, and the more it's like blatantly obvious, visible, that this doorway is not symmetrical.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
really,
worked with it,
If
but-
you look at so did I. If you look at these little points on the floor design, you can see that. But like, I wouldn't have been if I was the person like building these sets for this game, like designing them. I wouldn't have been able to do that. Like, I would have had to make them symmetrical.
Yeah.
Somebody'd be like, why did you scrap that entire file? Because it wasn't symmetrical.
It wouldn't be so bad if it wasn't close,
Right. Yeah, if it was
right?
blatantly way off, that'd be one thing.
Yeah, it's the near symmetry that really like makes it jarring.
Yes. 100%. I apologize if anyone can hear my son yelling at his video game in the other room.
What video game do you think he's playing?
I'm not sure. It could be a number of things. It could be Marvel Rivals. But I would guess it's probably Cyberpunk.
Ah,
He begged me to buy that one for him for like a month, and then it went on sale on, I can't remember if it was on Steam or Epic. I think it was on Epic. He's like, hey, Cyberpunk's on sale for $25. Okay, fine. Got a bear in here. Bears are going to be less destructive to trees in the next patch.
I hope they're less destructive to railings.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. Embrasures.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this.
I need a pick.
Oh, he got a hit in on me.
That's all right. He's getting like 3 in on me now. There we go. So is it hard for you to dodge roll?
It's hard for me to dodge roll in time.
Okay.
My reflexes tend to be a bit slow.
Right. Right. Sometimes I'm not sure if my reflexes are slow, like because that shit changes day to day. But
Yeah.
or if it's my buttons are getting wore out on my mouse.
Yeah, my my reflexes respond a bit inconsistently.
Yeah.
So,
All right. What are we doing next? I think this build over here that we were working on is done. At least for now. I'm sure I can come up with something else to add to it, but currently I'm out of ideas. Lots of badger hogs over here.
we should try building a bunch of just slightly off symmetry things.
See if we can make the Elven Forge, Narvi's Forge feel symmetrical by making it slightly off. Build something slightly off symmetry and then demand to everybody that says something about it that it's perfectly symmetrical.
Just gaslight the hell out of everybody who watches.
The world that I built my my first Blue Mountain Hunters Lodge in, I have several of these ore vein cavities that were mined out that I built things into. I haven't revisited that in a while. Some of them were a little bit off. Like I built like a guard tower into this one here, and that turned out pretty good. But it was a little cramped up towards the top.
Yeah, I bet.
I had to see if I was going to fall all the way through.
Oh,
But yeah, I built a guard tower in that cavity. I built what I called the gamekeeper's cabin over in this cavity. I built a couple in a couple different worlds in this cavity right here.
mm.
And then
That makes me think of like that it would be nice to have like a couple like food display like things, like a rack of like jerked meat.
yeah, yep. Then a couple different times I've built a fisherman's camp down here where this old wooden dock is.
I have built something down here.
I didn't realize I didn't mind this.
And very much with the same idea in mind, like as a fisherman's,
Yeah.
like, as a fishing camp, a fishing like dock or whatever.
So I built it with like everything was based around the fact that you would have groups of dwarves, like dwarven hunters and dwarven like river folks that like all the waterways in Khazad-dûm being connected by like underground rivers or whatever. And there would be little camps like that you could get to camp for the night and not have to sleep on the boat type of thing.
Yeah.
So that's what this
That would
was.
be
And
actually really neat to see something like that in game. Like
yeah.
if they gave us some way of navigating around the water and then turn these into like zones,
Yep.
zone passages.
Yep.
Maybe I'm just too okay with loading screens, though. I'm sure a lot of people wouldn't like that.
Right. I mean, it'd be really no different than using a map stone.
Yeah.
So I have, like, I like to make little bits of lore for stuff like that, you know, like when something, especially if something doesn't make sense, I like to create lore reasons why it does make sense. And one of the lore bits that I've had for my main Axbeard character, Baron Axbeard the 13th, as I've called him, the demon hunter of the Blue Mountains, and I put him in the black Belagost armor and the Masharuz or whatever, except for the helmet. I put it a white one, and I like to think that coming through a dark tunnel in the mines, you'd see the white helmet before you saw anything else, and that's kind of got this like demon monster effect to it with the big horns. So he'd just look like this floating demon skull coming after the orcs and scare the crap out of them. So that kind of that's going to be my lore bit. I'm going to do one small build with that orc hunter stuff, and that's going to be the lore surrounding it. It's going to be like the demon hunter of the Blue Mountains stronghold type of thing, and just have it be like a small keep somewhere in the lower deeps probably. Because I'm not too hip to all the skull decorations, but of course I want to try them just to see what they're like in person. But
Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. It seems like a fitting like place to use it, at
Yeah.
least, right?
Yep, and it'd be tucked away somewhere in the lower deeps where like not many people go, type of a thing. So
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out exactly. I mean, I get why, like, Davey and a lot of people are really excited about that
yeah,
theme.
yeah,
But-
I do too. It's not for me. Like like I've never been big into the skull theme period, but also I think that the what term did I use for it earlier when I was talking to somebody? The taxidermy is some of the taxidermy is grotesquely flamboyant. Like I being a hunter in real life, I don't like taxidermy. I like taxidermy, but I like taxidermy that makes the animal look majestic or peaceful. And
Right.
I don't like the stuff that makes them look like they're fighting or that they're angry and violent.
Yeah.
So it reminds me of that scene in Harry and the Hendersons when John Lithgow's character draws the life-size poster thing, cardboard standout of Harry, the Bigfoot, and he makes him like it's true to form, like it looks like Harry looks. And then his dad, who thinks that he's a sissy for being an artist, comes in and like erases it and draws it with an angry face with fangs and stuff like that. Like that stuff gives me the same feel.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
so I probably won't use much, if any, of the taxidermy, but I think I can probably find a place for it in that type of a build. So, and I think that trying to make this whole Frightener's Oath thing true to Tolkien lore, like true to the feel of other Tolkien lore, is a little far fetched.
That's probably my biggest issue. I think it's good dwarf fantasy,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure that it's great Tolkien fantasy.
Yes, absolutely. And I can see the appeal of like making something that appeals to like Warhammer fans like Davey,
Yeah.
because maybe you get a big burst and you get a big spike in sales because you're going to get a bunch of Warhammer fans that weren't interested in the game before. But I
People who are
also
like, I can build like the dwarven castle that I envisioned
yeah, yep,
my dwarves being, because my dwarves are Warhammer dwarves more than Lord of the Rings dwarves.
right. Oh, you don't have dev armor, do you?
Nope.
You can
I'll go
jump down
the
here.
way
You can jump down here, and I'll revive you.
I usually do. There we go.
That was quick.
Yeah.
I feel like somebody came down here and started something down here, but I don't remember. There's a little something down here. Yeah, not much though. $95 metal fragments. And some bedrolls. Any of them claimed?
Yeah.
Nope.
Or bedrolls. This probably was built when you were all coming through here originally. And I hadn't even made it into the game yet.
I think, so my pitch for this game was to clear Westgate and then rebuild Westgate. And then we couldn't build anywhere else until we had finished rebuilding Westgate. We could continue to go through the game, but we couldn't focus on building in any other area of the game until Westgate was restored. And then after Westgate was done, we could move into the Elven Quarter. And after the Elven Quarter was done, we could move into the mines, and so on and so on. That didn't even make it through the first session. We got in and we cleared Westgate and we started doing some stuff in there. And then somebody's like, well, I need hide. So they went to the Elven Quarter, and then we're building in Westgate, and then all of a sudden somebody's like, where'd Sleepy go? And she's like, I'm in the mines. We're like, what's going on? And she's like, well, I was bored of building, so I just came down here to kill some stuff. Which is fine. Like, I don't want anybody doing something that they're not having fun doing, but it was like the second time I had tried to kickstart that type of a game, and the second time that it very quickly went the other direction. Just became another playthrough.
I do think that the group has a little bit too much ADHD energy
Yes.
between all the different people to
Well, and like
kind of.
Miriak is probably the only one that doesn't ever seem to get bored of building. And I'm sure he does, but it doesn't happen with us. But like Davey
Yeah.
working on Fireman Keep throughout the week. And then, sorry, somebody else another chat was coming through. But
Yeah.
Davey was building in Fireman Keep all week long and then came in here. He's like, I don't really feel like building right now. And I'm like, and how do you fault him? How do you fault him for that, you know?
Yeah, right. Not at all.
Yeah, you don't. So, but, so I keep pitching that game to people and I want it to be in campaign because it's a monumental task anyways, but, it would be way more monumental and maybe not completable in a sandbox. So I play
Yeah, it seems-
I play in a sandbox game. I'm probably the least frequent player in the game because life reasons, but I play a sandbox game with Kasumi and Eppers and Guy that's in the Discord. He's another Muthzak. So I've pitched it to them, but I've come up with all kinds of ideas for different stuff, which actually you would probably be 50-50 on this, I'm going to guess. But like, obviously I have my own physical problems and health conditions and mental health conditions and things like that I don't hesitate to talk to people about. And but I've run into other people and I've had really good conversations, and people have really helped me, and I've helped people, I think. And I think that like that type of a conversation, like not specific to anybody's specific concerns, but a general conversation that would kind of like let other people know that they're not the only ones going through a thing while we played this game would be relaxed and like helpful to people. So I'm trying to kickstart something like that too, but finding people with good matching schedules is the complicated part, right?
Good matching schedules is one of the biggest challenges of gaming of all.
Yep. I mean, it's easy to say that about an online game when you're on the East Coast and somebody else is on the West Coast and I'm in the Midwest, and then we've got people across the ocean and, you know, all that kind of stuff. But even my D&D group, my in-person D&D group with people that live less than 30 minutes away from each other that all work the same schedules doesn't work out. You know, they have the same job schedules and maybe even work at the same place, that they always fall apart. It's super frustrating, right? But if you don't keep...
I honestly, I feel like it's easier to get a group of people living all over the place to get onto an online game consistently than it is to get a D&D group to get together at a physical location consistently.
For sure. And I was really resistant to playing D&D online for a long time, but I'm starting to open myself up to that idea. Actually, Mirak just gave me access to his Foundry VTT and uploaded the Shadow Dark gaming system to it. We've talked about Shadow Dark before, haven't we? Yeah. So when I find the time, I need to sit down and go through that stuff, and I'd like to start an online Shadow Dark game. So, if you're interested.
Yeah, I probably would be. Interested, yes. Let me put it this way. Interested, yes. We just have to figure out the scheduling.
Yeah, I don't expect anybody to commit until we have more details, right? But
I'm looking at wanting to, like, Miriax also talked about the possibility of him DMing something.
Yep.
And so I'm interested in that one as well.
Right.
And then I'm interested in playing more with Davey.
On his variety stream type thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
And between all those different gaming things,
Yeah.
it's there's a question of, okay, like I'm interested in all of these things. I don't want to commit to any of them without figuring out like how it's going to affect everybody,
Right.
right?
Yep. 100%. People talk about how to stop the bear from spawning all the time, and I've only ever successfully done it once. And still to this day, when I visit that world, it doesn't have a bear spawn, but I don't visit that world very often, so
Okay.
we're gonna try it here. That's not really lining up the way I want it to.
Now, I haven't really messed with trying to prevent bears from spawning, so I don't know if this applies to that, and it's been a long time since I've done this, but when I was doing drakes, and I kind of miss, like, it feels to me like drakes just aren't near as common in games anymore, and
I
so
agree.
I actually
100%.
miss that, because I don't miss them spawning in the most inconvenient, bloody places, but I do miss seeing them.
You're right.
But what I tried,
I'm hoping that with the new DLC, they will get more common, because part of the new DLC is you have to harvest a new resource in order to do the taxidermy, and the new resource is harvested by a new rune. And so, in much of the taxidermy is drakes and fell beasts. So,
okay, yeah, so that's promising. But what I used to do is I used to build like like several boxes of walls,
yep,
and then the creature would spawn in one of those boxes,
yes,
and that would help me isolate the spawn point.
right,
And once I knew roughly where the spawn point was, because I don't think the spawn point is necessarily like with the drake nest, it's not the drake nest itself that seems like the obvious place for it to be, but it can be.
right,
It's somewhere around the drake nest. And I assume it's similar with the bear den, is that it's somewhere around here.
right,
So, like
Yeah.
building a grid, finding out where the bear spawned, and then going, okay, it's in this area.
yep,
Or, there's the possibility that the bear actually spawns and drops on one of the walls and then walks off into one of the boxes. So,
right.
it's not a perfect guarantee, but it gives you a lot. It narrows your scope. And of course, floating spawn points are a thing in the Unreal Engine.
Right.
They don't have to be on the ground. I've even played games where, like, it's really blatantly obvious that the spawn points are in the air.
Right. Hey, Sprouts, how's it going? Sorry, you're probably familiar with Eppers from the Discord.
Oh, yeah.
I call her Sprouts because in Discord, when I'm trying to type her name,
Oh, you told me it gets auto-corrected to Sprouts.
yeah, yep. And I just kind of like didn't say anything about it at first, and then somebody else said that they had the same thing, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. So now her nickname is Sprouts. Also, she's an ecologist, so it
Oh.
fits.
Young. Youth. It's wasted on the youth, as they say.
We're doing good tonight, Sprouts. Sorry, I missed what you said.
I said youth is wasted on the youth, as they say.
Right.
Or youth is wasted on the young, as they say.
I'm trying to avoid having to get my chopstick out, but I don't think it's going to work.
What do you want something placed somewhere?
I got it. I just got it.
Okay.
Oh, thanks. Just trying to make a base of adamant to then skin out with granite. The way I stopped it the other time was I built a structure, like a multi-tiered structure around it, and then made it like a statue monument. I put a memorial flame and the right and left crystal statue and all 6 Durin monuments on it, and it ended up looking good. It felt kind of out of place because it was so big and it was in this same area, so it was a little awkward, but it served the purpose. And the funny thing was, in that same world, I went to the bear nest that's over there by our original base here, and did the same thing, but I used stone, and I used stone barriers and blocks, and just kind of tried to make it look like a boulder tumble instead of a statue monument, and that one did not work. But the spawn point might be different over there too, so.
Yeah. Yeah, its spawn point is not consistent with the spawn indicator.
So also, like you were talking about the drake, I used to get to the top of the east stair and then I would raise the floors above the drake nest, and then she would still spawn in, and then I would just kind of like, I'd use adamant walls and I'd just fill the square, because I'd do like a 3x3 grid of raised floors. And then I'd fill that grid with walls at different angles, so that if she did spawn in, she might get like stuck in a wall, or maybe the wall would prevent her from spawning in the spot she wanted to. And that seemed to work pretty good, but.
Yeah, you had to raise the floors about, and again, like even that one I don't think was consistent if I recall correctly.
Right.
But you had to do something like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure I ever raised them that high. I probably did a block height, but then I was putting walls on top of it, so it was essentially, it was affecting the same process.
So I'd have like extra stairs coming in and then go up this high.
Yeah.
And that, the couple times I did that, it worked. But in general, when I bothered, like what I was trying to do was, instead of in that one particular spot, I liked to try creating a like a little cage for the drake.
Right.
Other drakes, though, like, because that drake was very predictable since it was there, so it was kind of a fun place to build a zoo. Whereas there's lots of other places where you're like not necessarily planning on having a drake, and if you want to run through there a lot, you don't want to keep running through the drake.
Right.
And at that point, it's like, yeah, let's just find the spawn and block the spawn.
Yeah, that one at the top of these stairs was as static as the bear that's over.
Yeah.
It's over at the other spot.
Yeah. And that bear nest over there, I actually like. That's a well-placed bear nest. It's not nearly as obnoxious as this one right here.
Right, right. Or the one that sometimes pops up in the middle of the promenade down there.
Yeah. Well, I assume that's actually this one, just misplaced over there instead.
Yeah. This one will pop there's a couple different places that it'll pop up, but it's primarily.
Seen it here. I've seen it just down below us,
I
down
see
here.
something.
Yep, down there, down on the promenade, and then on the other side of, like, in this same spot, but on the other side of the Elven Forge, the Nari's Forge, like
I've
over here.
also seen it. I'm pretty sure, like right in here, right, like right where you're at right now. I've seen it like not quite here because the
I've
orc
seen
camp's
it
here.
I've seen it here.
I've seen it behind the orc camp. I've seen it on the other side.
Oh,
of the orc
really?
camp.
I've never seen it on the other side of the orc
I
camp.
think I've seen it right here.
I've seen it here, and then I've seen it down here.
Yeah, and maybe my memory's wrong.
Sure.
Maybe it was down here.
The other common place for it is here, up here.
Regardless, the bear was fighting the orcs when I showed up.
Yeah, which is nice.
Yeah, but then I was like, "Oh, that's nice," and then I saw where the bear nest was, and I was like, "Oh, that's not."
Right. I see it here in my bare knuckle brawler world. It's right here,
Okay.
and then sometimes right over in front of where we were just building a little bit ago, and also one other spot, which would be right here.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've actually seen that one probably more than any other individual like place for it.
Probably the most common place that I see it recently is up there in front of the house, in front of the two buildings that we restored, and
Okay.
then over there on the other side, on this side of the forge, where we just were.
Okay.
But
Up there, like where your bare knuckle brawler.
yeah, up here, the one that's up here is like it spawns like right here in front of this house, in front of this building. The one that we set up as a workshop.
Oh, that's an annoying place for it.
Yeah,
Too.
terrible place for it. But I've seen plenty of people in the Discord post pictures and they're like, "Yeah, I built my base here because the bear helps fight sieges," which I suppose that makes sense. But you got to sneak past the bear every time you want to get into your house.
I'm more concerned about the fact that like the bear has a tendency to destroy.
Yes,
Structures.
walk through your structure.
Yeah. Like in maybe my first world. Yeah, I think it's in my first world. Because it's one of the few worlds where I actually have built this area up here. Around the forge. I get a bear that spawns and walks across my base. Right
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
And I basically built, I don't remember if I built straight across here or if I built like a ramp up or something, but it basically walks onto the roof, walks across the roof, and I've got railings and stuff up there.
Right.
Totally wrecks it.
Yep. Just come up and wreck shop for you. Rude. Yeah, this obviously isn't as pretty as I had made my last one. If I knew offhand exactly which world that was, I'd load it up and take you over there, but I might have to load 2 or 3 worlds.
Yeah. I know that feeling. Although fortunately I've limited my building to most of my building to a fairly small selection of my worlds.
Yeah.
I have mixed feelings about it. Like, I'll get into a game and I'll think, I'm going to do some building, and then I'll be like working my way along, and they'll be like, I don't really. Why would I build in this world when I'm? Why don't I just do the building in like my first world or one of my other worlds that I have done a fair amount of building in?
Right.
And it goes back and forth. Like, I'm not thinking of it. But a lot of times it just means that I don't end up building. I just end up playing through the game without doing much
Right.
building in that world or in my other world.
Yep. A lot of times that I've started building in a new world is because I found something that I'm like, oh, this would be really cool here, or I'd really like to. I like the location of this building, and I want to repair it and add to it, and then before
Yeah.
you know it, I've got 5 worlds that I've been building in, and there's no way to consolidate them. Like that,
Yeah.
the idea of being able to
the
make a
other thing.
blueprint of your building and then go just auto place it somewhere else and still consume the resources or whatever is that would be really awesome. Especially if you could tie them to a character and take them to different worlds. That'd be really cool.
Yeah. One thing that I really wish this game had, which I don't expect it to ever have, kind of for that reason, is first of all, I'd like to have some way of taking blueprints
Yeah.
and copying and pasting from one world to another of yours. But the other thing I'd really like is a map editor.
Yeah.
Because I'll see like a formation in a map that I'm like, I really want to build on this formation. But then, like, there's a bunch of the rest of the world that I'm not really all that keen on for one reason or another.
Right.
And of course, I don't want to just build one thing in a world and then have it like, be among like 20 other different world saves and be like, okay, which one was that?
Yep.
Like, that's one of the biggest motivators for me, like not investing a whole lot of time building in a whole bunch of different worlds is it's like, yeah,
Right.
but then it's just like one more build that I can't find whenever I feel like
Yep.
it would be fun to revisit it.
Like what I'm going through right now.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, like if you could take blueprints and just carry things from one world to another, then you could have like, okay, this fits into this tile, right?
Yep.
So when you find it in a new world, you could be like, just plonk it down
Yes.
and be like, now I can enjoy this in this world and not just that other world.
Yes.
So. The other reason I'd really like a map editor is I feel like they've done a good job of capturing the vibe of Moria as I envision it, or close enough.
Right.
But the actual like layout of Moria, there's things where I'm like, yeah, this is a bit compact.
Yes. And like, I love the RNG generation of the map. That's probably what has kept it replayable as much as it has been for me.
Mm-hmm.
But that definitely takes away from the exact feeling that you're talking about, that you're looking for,
Yeah.
And that becomes a little bit more frustrating by the fact that they say complete random generation of the map, but we've been playing long enough that we absolutely know that there's definitely static locations. There's definitely a pattern to what's going on, even in Sandbox. So,
Yeah. I feel like it didn't take long to catch on to that.
right.
And
100%.
to some degree, that's kind of necessary.
Yeah, for sure.
Or it loses all cohesion.
Yep.
I do think it would be cool, but once again, like one of those, probably a bit of a resource sink in terms of like not worth it, although I'm not completely certain of that. But like, imagine having like a few different permutations of how like this area could like work, like very drastically different permutations, but still an elven quarter.
Right. Yep.
And then swap, like, you randomly get one of those elven quarters.
Yes.
So, like, I think that would, like, conceal like how fixed the location was and things and such for more playthroughs. And I think it would also like make it feel a little bit more exciting. Like, what combination of these like unique zones am I going to get?
Yeah.
Of course, at the same time, you should also be like, oh, damn, I didn't get the one that I was really looking forward to building at this time.
Right.
But,
Which is where a map editor would come in, right?
yeah.
I mean, I'm happy with what we've got and what is looking like it's coming down the pipeline, because I mean we talked about them probably not wanting to identify as an indie company and stuff like that, but the fact of the matter is they're not a AAA studio, and
Yeah.
I think we're lucky to be continuing to get I don't think that they expected the game to carry on as long as it has, and they're happy to do it because they love the game, but I think they were caught off guard by a lot of the stuff that we do.
Yeah.
Zeta says, if I had Evening Ale in Westgate and Dwarodolph where I restored the taverns, I would love my original campaign even more. Yeah, I wish that those Evening Ale buildings showed up in more areas, period. Like, I don't think I've ever seen one outside of Westgate or like a gate area in the Sandbox.
That's one of those things that
with
you
the
asked.
with the exception of the Mines of Moria in campaign, there's sometimes that building up in the corner, like when you enter the mines and go to the right. Sometimes that building has an evening ale keg on the counter.
Wascally Wabbit got away. Just remembered that you asked me if the Kiwi's debug menu could spawn in the evening ale. I still haven't tested that out.
Yeah, that would be interesting to know. Yeah, that was the thing that I said. If that works, I'm downloading that mod, that debug menu. I did get me and a handful of people did some seed scouting one day. Like I can't remember how it started. It was either I started and then Sprouts joined me, or Sprouts and I started together. And then in my Discord server, we got in a voice chat, and then like we just got in a general, not private voice chat, and people saw us and started popping in. And then we started bringing them into the worlds with us to scout. We ended up in with like 4 people total scouting, just loading up random seeds and scouting. And we were mainly looking for those in Sandbox, looking for those elven garden rooms that have the big pillars, and then where they're connected, where they don't have any dividing wall between them. And we found a couple of them. We found some really cool seeds. But then one of them had those elven rooms in Sandbox that are like a bowl shape. They can have the 4 exits going from, but there's always like down the stairs, and sometimes there's a statue in the center of the bottom. And then basically the center of the room is the bottom of the room, and then there's stairs or hills going up in the 4 cardinal directions or whatever. We found a seed that had 4 of those connected together. And so I haven't revisited it in a while because I kind of forgot about it till just now, but there's so I went in there to build in those 4 particular rooms like a Hobbit-inspired dwarven village, because they're all full of like trees, and they're kind of dark and kind of hilly, and they've got ore veins in them that you can mine out and start tucking buildings into that probably feel as close as you can get to a Hobbit hole in this game.
We need some a Hobbit themed DLC.
All right. Yeah, where's that? How come we haven't got that yet?
Yeah. Seems like a more obvious one.
Right. Well, and the Bjorning DLC is supposed to have like more food and ale in it. And what better way to add more food and ale to the game than adding a Hobbit DLC?
Yeah.
I have a son that, much to my chagrin, is not a fan of dwarves in D&D and other such games. So he prefers his favorite fantasy race is halflings, aka hobbits. So when he played this game with me, he made his character beardless and runs around in the Erigian armor and the Gatherer's hat, and gave him a hobbit name. So he's basically playing a hobbit in the game. So he would love that.
Does he run around without lower body armor?
Yeah, he just wears the Erigian armor. That's it. If he wears armor at all.
Nice.
Which makes things interesting when we get sieges and hordes, but I just was happy that he was playing with me, so.
Well, he's a hobbit, not a warrior.
Right, exactly.
That's okay.
Yep. And he primarily used, I think he was using a first age sword. It's been a couple months, so a first age sword with the Orcbane rune on it, so Sting.
Nice. Maybe they need to give us some slings.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, something for rock throwing. Well, maybe somebody in the chat can remind me. But there's something in the Forge talk today about frying pans being added in some way, shape, or form. I missed that part. I think I was going through a bad service area when that part came out. But frying pan as a weapon would be cool.
Yeah, iron frying pan would make a pretty solid weapon.
Yeah.
Not a very wieldy weapon, but
Right. There's been so many tropes of pans being used as weapon and or armor in various fantasy. Like, well, Sam wields a skillet in the movies at some point in time, right?
sounds
And
right.
then, are you familiar with the Dragonlance books at all?
Yeah,
So
I grew up on Dragonlance.
the famous inn, the Inn of the Last Home, and then Tika Whalen that works there. She's been known to use a frying pan as a weapon.
Right, yeah.
And then what about the R.A. Salvatore books, the Dris Duerden storyline? The Dark Elf book with, I guess it's, the main group there is referred to as the Companions of the Hall, which is a barbarian, a dwarf, a human girl, and then a dark elf ranger and a halfling rogue. And there's dwarves that come in from another book series that same author wrote, and he wears a cooking pot for a helmet.
You'll not kill this dwarf.
Of course, they're sieging the hearth that I put under the bear den. Red eyes. Oh, my speed boost finally gave up.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's one more for me.
I mean, heck of a time for him to do it, but... Spolgak? I get lost somewhere.
I heard an orc.
Yeah, so did I.
Probably stuck in the ground again.
Yeah. Or disguised as a deer.
Yeah, quite possibly. Maybe we should attack all these deer just to make sure.
Did you see that one get stuck up in the top of that archway after I hit it with my Thunderstrike axe? He flew all
No,
the
I
way up
missed
to
that.
he flew all the way up to the top of this arch and got stuck up there before he disintegrated.
That's funny. The upswing on that axe is kind of wild.
It is. Building this one makes me wonder how I ever had the patience to build the other one that I built.
Yeah. That's one of those things where blueprints come in handy because it's like
Yep.
once you've done it, it takes a lot more patience to do it another time,
Right.
even if it's not quite the same.
Yep.
I tend to prefer like doing things quite a bit differently, just because I don't really
Right.
can't really stick with the same thing repeatedly.
Yep. I feel that.
And that's when I do want to do something, even when I use blueprint, I also don't really like using blueprints in games, but when I do use them, I still like to change things up because I don't like having a bunch of cookie cutter looking stuff.
Right.
And it always, like, whenever I look at a game and like somebody's like done like a whole bunch of duplication of stuff, I'm like, I'm impressed, but it's like I'm morbidly impressed
Right.
because I don't really find it visually appealing. But the fact that they managed to stick it out and repeat the same thing over and over again
Right.
when I would be bored out of my mind is like, well, like, that is impressive in its own right.
So, Guy from the Discord, one of the Muthzaks, I've been talking to Guy for a long time now, and he always like called himself somebody that just likes to restore stuff and not build stuff. And I was like, yeah, that's if that's what you like, but don't sell yourself short. I'm sure you can come up with some good stuff. And then recently started playing in a game with him, and like he does really awesome work, and it's not just restoring stuff. Like he's very meticulous about not destroying the natural stuff that exists in the world, like saving it, and then like
Yeah,
making it continue to work. So
Right. I'm laughing because, like, how often I see Muriak, like, trash something, and I'm like,
Yeah,
are you okay, man?
that didn't have
need
to go. Yeah. Yep. 100%. Nope. Miriak is definitely tear it all down, build it bigger, build it better. Which is fine too. Like I'm very much on board with however you have your fun.
Yeah, indeed. And I will say that Muriak's builds look good.
Yeah.
Like, the stuff he does is, like, not, like...
He's definitely mastered his craft.
Yeah. So...
But in the same vein, Guy has definitely mastered his craft too, and it's like they both have a spot in my Builders Hall of Fame. So yeah, that
I haven't
picture's
seen
gotta move.
a whole lot of what
Guy-
Guy has done.
Guy shares a lot of screenshots in the Discord, but they're usually action shots. At least recently, action shots with free cam. He takes some amazing action shots with free cam too,
Oh, nice.
like artwork worthy. And then comes up with awesome captions for him too.
But yeah, Guy's been around a long time. So.
Yeah, he has. Yep.
I remember
Yeah, Sprout says he did his best action shots too.
he was like the go-to source for, like, if somebody was having trouble on PlayStation,
Yep.
I'd be like, talk to Guy,
Right.
because he was the person who kind of understood things,
Right.
what the PlayStation experience was,
Yep.
when nobody else had really gotten it all figured out yet.
Yep. Yeah, Sprouts, that's the bear den.
What bear den?
Right. What bear den? Bear den? I don't see no stinking bear den.
The bigger question is, if we leave and come back, will we see a bear?
Right. Right. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go to Westgate. Or wherever. We'll go to the base and travel by Mapstone. Yeah, that's the reason I started doing that build, Sprouts. I'm gonna take screenshots of it and say, hey, this worked or this didn't work. But gotta test that theory first. Where are we going?
Axbeard's Crossroads. It's got your name on it.
Oh, that's right. I was building in the crossroads here.
Let's see where you end up, because I beat you here. Oh, you landed here.
Sprouts is asking how long you've been playing the game.
I got the game about a week after it released, if I recall correctly.
Sorry, what'd you say? When?
About a week after it released.
Okay, week after release. I got it about a month after release. Battlehammer got it, I think, like the day after release, and was playing intermittently as its schedule allowed, and then for like a month straight, he wouldn't leave me alone about it. So then I finally got it.
Yeah, it's kind of a funny story. Like, I don't really enjoy watching other people. Not just video gameplay. Like, I don't really like watching TV or
Right.
things like that very often. I watch Star Trek, Star Wars, things like that on occasion, on a rare occasion. Lord of the Rings movies, but in general, watching is not really something that I have much patience for.
Right.
But there was this Skyrim, like somebody who did like videos on playing Skyrim that I watched years and years ago. And I just happened to be checking my email, I think, or maybe I was trying to look something up on YouTube and I got a notice. Like, his gaming channel, I think, was called Go for Gaming or something like that, is playing The Lord of the Rings, Return to Moria.
Huh.
And I was like, just totally random that I saw this because, like, I hadn't seen it, you know, watched him in years. And I was like, that sounds interesting. Person I remember enjoying watching stream Skyrim stuff or make videos of Skyrim stuff. Playing a Lord of the Rings game I have heard nothing about.
Right.
And so I watched it, and he's like, yeah, this game just released today or yesterday or something, so we don't know what we're getting into. But, and it was him and his friend, and I was like, hey, this looks a lot of fun. So I put it on my wish list because that's what I do when I see a game that I want, is I put it on my wish list. I do not go and buy it immediately. Sure. Regardless of what it is. And it was on my mind all week that I was thinking, you know, that seems like fun. So I gave in after a week and I bought the game. And sure enough.
And the rest is history.
Yeah. I spent so much time playing it. Even got involved in the Discord and talking to people there. And
right.
So.
Where did you travel to?
I was too busy talking. I do not multitask well.
I don't either. But I thought I must have missed you. I thought you'd already traveled when I traveled. I thought you were already gone.
No.
I came to the last mapstone on the west gate list, which is right in front of right in front of the house that we were rebuilding. So now I have to run back all the way to the very opposite side of the Elven Quarter with no speed boots. Which is fun.
You're really missing those speed boots, aren't you?
I am.
You know what I'm really missing?
Food.
I have used up all the snacks you gave me last time I was starving.
I have plenty for you.
Good. Yay! Starvation will end.
Oh, Sprouts wants to know how she's allowed to shorten Lytenian.
Lyth is usually what I give people when Lythenian's too much.
All right.
Like LYTH or LYDTH.
And see, I've never checked with you on the pronunciation of the shortened form or the longer form, and I errantly went with the way Davey pronounces it, which, if any of Davey's past pronunciations are an indicator, I should not have done. But
probably not, but people struggle with it, so.
Yep, the bear's here.
Yep. You showed him.
How dare you return?
So what did you break? Okay, he broke your brazier, so he spawned on top of it.
Yep.
So probably in the air, like
I see something.
somewhere between me and that pillar.
Yeah. Yep. Huh.
But could be like
I see
here.
something. Over
Right.
there.
Or here, and he just walked down across it.
I
Yep.
see something. Over there.
So now we're just gonna get ugly with it, but Oh, that didn't work. It says, no, you can't build here. There's a bear that spawns here.
Oh, that would be so annoying.
Oh, God. Yeah, let's
If their solution to people building to block spawn points was just to make it impossible to build where a spawn point
right,
was.
right.
Another example of devs hate players.
Right. So, in my chat, we were talking about food, and I was going to give you snacks. And at the same time, Sprouts was trying to figure out what the shortened form of your name is. And Kasumi said, cabbages, talking about food.
No. You know, I'll respond to a lot of things. I will not respond to being called cabbages.
Zeta got Return to Moria when it was free on Epic for around Christmas time.
Oh, yeah. That was a nice deal.
So I missed it if she said, but when did you start playing Sprouts? Sprouts is November of 2024. All right. Shall we travel?
Okay.
I need a better weapon for this.
You know, why don't we just put a mapstone over here?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea, huh?
That way the Daimoon will not have a chance to chew our ankles every time we run away.
Right. Mapstone. Now, Kasumi wants to call you Stormtrooper based on our last stream.
That works too.
I'm going to Colorful Crossroads.
Okay. What took you so long?
I don't know. I thought I left before you did.
I thought you did too. I must have loaded in quick.
Maybe you're a little closer to the server than I am.
Yeah, or it would be funny if it was like it served up information like last in, first out.
Right.
So if I made the request afterwards, but you hadn't finished, if it sent me all the information before it finished sending it to you.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, well. Who'd have thunk it? Now my cursor won't go through the floor. I don't have a dev pick, do I? It'd be interesting to see if the dev pick destroyed everything up through the floor.
Oh, it should.
I mean, Duran's axe did as much as it normally would have, so.
Yeah.
Are those cave caps growing there?
I think so.
They are. The farm plots look, or the plots they're growing out of look way bigger than they need to be. All right, let's go see if we got a bear. Taking forever. Respond to a Discord message quick.
Hopefully the server hasn't, like,
Right.
panicked.
That's what we get for traveling outside the game. There we go.
Server's like, I'm trying to place a bear. Thank you very much.
Right, right.
Oh, there it is.
Yep. No destruction this time, though. It doesn't appear.
No.
Oh.
Nope.
He didn't even touch that brazier. Like, he just got close to it. That brazier
Yeah.
wasn't even in his aggro radius. So now we have to wonder if this is indeed where he spawned before.
Yeah, I might be wrong. I didn't realize that his aura of destruction was quite that wide.
Right.
Quiet. See
Although
a
I think I
bear.
probably should have, based on some of the other things I've seen happen with the bears.
Yeah. Kasumi said that somebody on Discord called the bears Roomba chainsaws. Accurate. All right, I'm gonna jump out and see if I can find that that world where I built this before.
Okay.
So I'm gonna still be in the voice. Just bear with me. Nope, that is not food. That is food. All right, leave world.
I will stand guard against bears. I do have enough of this.
Actually, before I do that, I am going to. No, I don't need to grab speed boots. Get over it. I just ate a Shire breakfast. I keep forgetting that the game resets you to whatever your hunger state was when you were last in the world that you entered.
Yeah. Yeah, it's saved to the world and not
Yeah, not
to
your
your
character.
character. Oh,
I didn't host this World Online. I'll check and see if it's here before I jump back out.
Okay. I don't know if this will be useful at all. I've never tried what I'm trying now, but I figured I'd build a whole bunch of things that the bear destroys.
Right.
Then I'll be able to see a zone of destruction. Maybe.
All right, this is it. Just let me rehost. Can't believe I got it on the first try. Pop over to Discord. All right, I put it in the Muthzak chat there. I'm going to, while I'm out here, copy a file path to send to somebody so they can figure out how to load a save file.
Oh. Okay. I think I have a rough idea of where the bear spawns here.
Okay.
Go away. Leave me alone. I do not have a sword that does, or an axe that does 500 damage. Go away. So, whoops, crap. Just estimate.
Okay. Oh, we got a siege.
Ach, you'll not kill this dwarf!
What hearth is that? Oh, I know now. I forgot I had some sieges in here and some of my builds got destroyed.
Oh no.
Well, not completely destroyed, but not. They are not. Is this a spawnless siege? No, I'm still not. I forgot to restart my stream. Take my be right back screen off. All right, there we go. This is one of those worlds that I come in and I look at and I'm like, what was I thinking when I built some of this shit?
No.
But this is the build that got me showcased on the video for the first build challenge.
Something to be said for that.
Yep. Yeah, there's nothing spawning here.
I feel like that's always one of those things where you're like, again, it's kind of along the lines of the you're your own worst critic type thing, but there's also just the whole like your taste change. There, like, regardless of how your taste is changing, like other people are still going to like things that you
Right.
are like. Meh, no.
I put the code in the Muthzak chat. If you want to come check it out.
Oh, okay. Give me just a moment.
You may have been in this world before, but I don't recall for sure. So let me know where you spawn in at.
Okay.
I'm going to go back to the aftermath to meet you there, and then we can run through the thing quick if you're up for that. Show everybody a little example of where I've come from as far as building goes. There's a bed here. 2 beds. A bed and a bedroll. Hey, you're in the
Okay.
aftermath. I don't remember building any. Oh, I do remember building this stuff. This was the first time that I was going to build a new warehouse save. And this is about as far as I got. I mean, the aftermath is about as far as I got.
Need a torch. Too dark for dwarf eyes.
I was going to do 8 pallets of everything, so a dwarf could come, like full company of dwarves could come in and grab stuff for the pallet full with full stacks.
Nice. Kind of a neat idea. Just spawn in, grab your stuff, and then go.
Yep. Yeah, and you can just go destroy a pallet and it'll be fine. Don't judge me, Nibs.
What? What did Nibs say?
Because she said we're just not talking about how the visible map markers, mapstone markers, or map markers in general. I can try and shut them off quick. There should be a hide all button. Shouldn't there?
I believe there used to be.
I want the line if I want them shut off, right? I don't do this often enough to remember.
Although I'm not sure if that hides them. Yeah, I think it does. I don't remember. Better off just not using map markers and remembering where everything is.
Well, it looks like it got rid of like my placed map markers, but I still have all the yellow map markers, like the drain pumps in Belagost Forge and Pilgrim Road and Mithril Forge. But I don't see any that. Says filter by all. Yeah, they're all switched to the line.
Davey has not been here, but somebody decorated your troll anyway.
Did you decorate the troll?
No, it wasn't me. Christmas lights are on the troll.
Huh. It may have been Davey, actually. Good call. I was not changing through the pages of the maps.
Something broke over here. Looks like it may have been a lamp, though.
You think it just, like, it failed, or you think it got broken a siege?
There's pieces on the ground of something. And one of the pieces looks like colored crystal, so. True quartz.
Gotcha. Is this world? Western Halls, Lower Deeps, Dwarodelf. I don't have a Bear's Inbar on my map. So apparently this
No.
world isn't complete.
Fascinating.
There's
Or maybe you just haven't gone into the end areas on your current character?
And like, if that's the case, then like Bear's Inbar should still be unlocked because another character's been there. It just like I don't even have the map tab for it.
Oh,
Like,
okay.
I've got the map open and I'm on Western Halls. When I use the arrows, it's like Western Halls, Lower Deeps, Dwarodelf, and then right back to the Western Halls.
Well, if I open the map, not a map stone, but if I open the map, all I have is Western Halls. I don't have any other tabs.
Oh, okay. But I would assume that if I completed the game, I probably have more map stones in
Yeah, I would think so.
Bear's Inbar. Like I would have at least unlocked the one in the Bone Horde and the one at the Balrog's Lair.
Yeah, so you should be able to bring up map stones if you're at, or the map stones
Right.
for it if you're on a maps at a map
We
stone.
don't need to go in there. We need to go this way.
Okay, that way.
We'll check the map stone when we get to the Elven area.
I don't trust that. Is there a door over there? Because I don't.
Nope.
Okay.
I went the wrong way. I wasn't paying attention to the map. I was trying to read chat while I was running.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then I won't run too far ahead of you because it sounds like you'll get lost.
I think I missed some chat from Zeta. It's already scrolled past my screen.
Is there an easy way for you to get back to it?
I would have to tab out and then go to the actual YouTube stream and then look at the chat there.
See, how do I get to your YouTube stream?
I have links in
Live.
several different servers, but I'm bouncing out to it right now. YouTube. Zeta says the Orc Hunter pack is definitely making spawnless sieges annoying and more control of hordes and sieges necessary. And he said he finally limited his map markers to just his main base. Yeah, I definitely don't like the map marker thing, so. Back to my OBS. Alright. Onward.
Yeah, I remember using map markers a whole lot in my first few games, and then getting really tired of them cluttering up everything.
Let's sing to this Durin statue.
Oh,
What's really going on in this world? I mean, to be fair, it's probably my second campaign world ever.
it's also possible that like this is something that got reset by some sort of update or something.
Yeah.
Like my first world has some annoying things that have cropped up where I know I did not leave things that way.
Right. Nibs is being judged by her cat for singing along to the song.
Yeah, well, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do to avoid being judged by your cat.
That's true. That's true. We're about to go into the Elven Quarter in the dark. I'd like to throw bedrolls down and sleep before we go in there.
Okay.
Till Durin wakes from sleep. Takvar Durin Kudrir.
I know that a lot of players make a lot of effort to like sleep at night and
Yeah.
do stuff during the day, things like that. I tried that in one of my playthroughs, but I have never gotten the hang of it.
Right.
I just don't pay that good attention to time. So, when I first started playing with y'all, I was like so thrown when people were like, "Oh, it's nighttime, we should sleep," and I'm like, "What?"
So here's the guard tower I was telling you about. I do that though.
Oh, yeah.
Like when I'm by myself, like there's no sleeping, and because I'm building, right? But if I'm doing
Yeah.
a playthrough, I'm usually pretty diligent about it.
Yeah, I don't even like playing through the game, whatever. I just don't keep very good track of time.
Right.
I mean, that's not just in games. That's like something in real life too.
Right.
People who have worked with me have been like, "Yeah, don't count on him for time. He's good at other things, but that's not one of his talents."
Is there brew in there? Ironheart and Hobgoblin. Don't mind if I do.
Ooh, Hobgoblin. That one's my favorite brew
Yeah.
in terms of what I use.
Right. I honestly probably use the evening ale the most, just because that's the first thing I put in my bases, and then,
Right.
like thematically, I prefer smoked mead.
favorite song.
I just like a stamina bar that tall.
Right.
I can't say no to it.
Right.
Where is... You have a lot of garden gnomes.
I
Not as many as I do in my other
over
world.
there.
Yeah, see, Davy's been in here.
Okay.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
three
wait.
up here.
I feel like
You've probably been here too.
Yeah, I have been here. Okay. I
This
must
is-
have been here on but that's Davy right there.
Yeah, for sure.
Over there.
This is the first Blue Mountain Hunters Lodge that I built. This is the
Okay.
one that got... Oh, I tell people this story too. See all these packs? These all have
remember that one.
lumbus and arrows in them. So I'll actually take some lumbus because I gave you my last pack of lumbus. But I have meals in too. Oh, we've got some box in here too. So for anybody looking, this is what happens when you put fat stacks of stuff inside of a chest and then a seed. No, actually, this was in my inventory. And then I hit the take all button on my urn when I died. That's what happened there. Why are all these doors open? Battle hammer was in here. That's why they're all open. Oh, this too. I've done some remodeling apparently, but I used to have bookcases here, and there was a
Yep.
secret door
Yeah,
with ale.
I recall that. I recall you asking if we could find the secret door,
Right.
and I was like, there it is.
The real
It was pretty-
giveaway
it was-
is when you go up the stairs because I used the rough stairs, so you can see through the slats on the stairs and you can see the brew tanks in there.
Oh, yeah, yep. Actually, that may be how I spotted it. I can't remember.
Yes, Sprouts, I am the one that says to put backpacks on wall displays, and that pile of backpacks out in the yard is the exact reason I say it. Lesson learned the hard way. These are my first corner fireplaces. First bunk beds.
It's a lot of bunk beds.
It is.
I made a little bunk at one point. Maybe a couple points. But yeah, I think a couple points, but only one with bunk beds. And it wasn't, but it was something like 6.
Sprouts, after filling each one of these backpacks, I can't remember how many's here exactly. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I can count 16, no problem, but I'm sure that there's closer to 20 or 30 of them there stacked on top of each other. And after I got done filling them, I really didn't even want to look at this world anymore. So this spot where this Elven Farm box is where I backed up. I built a wall here, and then I backed up against it. And then I hosted the game online, and then came in with another dwarf from a different account and recorded the dwarf running over to the forge and working the forge and stuff like that for my Be Right Back screen.
Why exactly did you do it that way?
It was the only way that I could think of at the time. Like, I could have had somebody else come in and do the work, or like do the dwarf stuff, but I was recording it by myself one night, and
Okay, so that was the only way you could figure out how to get a still camera, of course, since...
yes, we didn't have free cam at the time or anything, so.
Yeah.
But this is the gamekeeper's cabin that I was talking about. There's a fishing camp over here. With the stairs that don't touch the ground. I don't even know
That's
why I'm
okay.
showing people this. I mean, this is like the rough draft of the Bare Knuckle Brawlers world. But they come up here and tie their boats off and camp and whatnot. I did a river warden's cabin down here, which is destroyed by a siege at some point that I haven't repaired. And actually, I think I built this world when...
I just had the thought of just standing in that door so that you couldn't get out. And me being like, you got to clean up your room before you leave.
I don't think I had epic items in any slot that allowed the backpack hack and then in this world, but I don't think at the time you could put backpacks on wall displays without that mod. Another little river camp. This one's pretty fucking awkward though.
Hey, these pots don't have fires in them.
Nope. The Bare Knuckle Brawlers world does, though. Here's the magic floating orc cage.
Oh, yeah.
This world just pre-glamdring, too, so there's all kinds of orc wood that I couldn't destroy. Let me go look at this mapstone list.
How I destroyed, I can't remember which world of mine it was in, but I did clean up this area in one world, and what I did, which it no longer works if I recall correctly, but what I did is I would build like a tile onto the side of anything I wanted to destroy, and then pull it down.
Okay.
And a whole bunch of other stuff would, at that point time, because of the way the stability system worked, the whole bunch of other stuff would come crashing down.
Gotcha. I just saw an orc up there by the bear den. He must be left over from the siege that I thought didn't spawn anything. God, it's bright in here.
It is.
Everybody avert your eyes.
It's kind of blinding.
This is obviously pre-lighting update.
Yep.
A lot of Durin statues in here. This is not overly built out like I typically do a forged build now. Of course, I haven't done a forged build in a while either. I got something over here.
Nope. What you got up?
Sprouts is in chat talking about hoping I would have lit a brazier because she has a hard time running past braziers without lighting them.
Oh.
I wasn't going to light them because of the sheer brightness of this build.
You know, our eyes will never adjust to the old,
Right.
back to the other world. I think I just run past the braziers and my...
Quiet. I see prey ahead.
Okay, fine. All right, it's spooked. I can continue talking. What was I saying? Oh yeah, I think my mind just sees all that light, and I walk past a brazier, and my mind's like, that's already lit.
Right, right. So she was specifically talking about these ones down here.
Oh, these? Maybe? Or
Yeah,
those?
these ones. Well, don't take off just yet, Nibs. We're about to go look at the bear den after I light all these braziers for sprouts.
I just said
lit.
that. Too bad I can't be running behind you, blowing them back.
I knew that's exactly what you were laughing about when you started laughing. All right, here's the bear den. Let's see if there's a bear here. Sprout says if you go behind anybody and blow braziers out, you're going on a list.
I'm sure that if people were looking for reasons to make lists, I could be on a whole lot of them.
Right. So this has not spawned a bear since I built it. Unless bears are spawning in when I'm not loaded into the world, right? So, oh, I did stop at a mapstone and confirmed that I have like 8 or 9 mapstones on the Bears in Bar page. Let's run over to the other bear nest. And you'll see that there is a bear wandering around over there, but you can see what I did to it. This one,
to the bear?
No, what I did to the nest.
Okay.
This structure that I built around this one hugs the nest a lot more, so that's probably the issue.
Could be, yeah. There's the bear.
Yep.
I see something. Over there.
I just wanted to try and make it look natural, but like not a built structure.
A for effort.
Yeah. I mean, I accomplished half of what I was trying to do.
Yeah.
Wolves. Floor tile missing there? That's weird.
What?
It's a floor. Looks like there's a floor
Oh.
tile missing here.
Yep.
I just put a window up there with a hearth behind it.
Oh, yeah, I've done that a couple times.
Yeah.
I really like the effect.
Yeah. Makes it look like makes you look at it and go, how do I get up there? What's back
Yeah.
there? This is the House of Respite. So there's like cooking stations outside, and then inside we've got some brew and just like a place to sit and relax. And that's all leading up to or after your soak in the hot springs up here. Night, Nibs. And then in here is my grow house. Dark on this side. And falling apart because this is when we were having all the build stability issues, like the most recent big bugs. And then this side is the light side. because the lamps shine through the floor. So
Yep.
I either had to put the lamps on the bottom or do half and half like I did. And I'd already planted all these mushrooms when I figured that out.
Right.
All right, I'm gonna take some screenshots of this bear nest. Because people have been asking about this thing for months. Well, been asking in general, how do you get bears to stop spawning?
You need a lot of dwarven statues in order to scare them off.
It takes all 6 Durins in order to scare in order to scare a bear away permanently. I really am not very good with free cam. Where'd my screenshot go? Oh well. It'll just be saved under some random name that'll take me forever to find.
Well, with a little bit of practice, what I can tell you is I am also not very good with free cam.
So I was in free cam. I alt tabbed out to my OBS to my other monitor and came back in, and then the free cam controls no longer wanted to work. Well, this one doesn't. Am I facing the wall? I am facing the wall. That's the problem.
I hate this.
We have orcs.
It looks like they're inside the grow house.
Oh, all right.
What's that?
He literally just phased through the door.
Nice.
Oh, he's gotten to you. Okay.
You might kill me because I'm trying to edit a screenshot right now. There we go. All right, now I'm gonna run over to the other one. So I can show an unsuccessful one. I'm just gonna take one picture of that one though.
Just one picture?
Yeah.
You should write a whole book on it.
About how it's a masterpiece of blending a build into the natural world and like so perfectly that the bear considered it an improvement to its nest instead of a blockage.
Yeah, imagine if you got two bears spawning over here. I made this to block out bear spawn, but instead I'm getting more bears.
Right. And thank you cards from said bears.
And here you thought bears didn't write thank you cards.
Right. They actually send honey with them. Which turns out to be quite sticky. All right. We are done with that. Should I go down to the mines and see what I built down there, or you want to do something else?
We can go take a look. Feeling like showing things off. Or gasping in horror about your previous indiscretions.
Right, right. Today's lesson is never look back. We could map stone down there, but I think I'll just run down there because I always like to approach from the natural approach instead of map stoning right into the middle of a build when I'm giving a tour. Oh, here's my little wood storage, my little wood shed.
Your woodshed.
Yep.
Oh, good lord, that's a lot of wood in one place.
That's what she said.
Yeah, but she likes seeing a whole bunch of wood in one place.
The mines of Moria.
You're like, let's see this from the natural approach. I'm like, that's not the natural approach, Axbeard. That's better.
That's a good supply of oats.
It is.
I don't think I appreciated that much when I was doing this playthrough. Oh. Whatever was here, not much has survived. Or was never finished to begin with.
Maybe. That looks... Yeah, probably...
Yeah, this goes all the way up to the building in the corner. I'm almost sure of that. Ugh, I was just talking smack about one of these pictures the other day that had these unsupported stairs. And yeah, I know they're built into the wall, but What the hell? Ooh, evening nail building? Indeed.
Oh, nice. Somebody needs to get building here.
Right. Until we go
And shrine.
upstairs and see that the rock is pushing through the wall so bad that you can't get up there. That happens a lot in this building.
Ah, you're right. Well, I'm sure you can, like, come up with a way to work with that.
Right.
Like extend the stairs.
Right.
I live for ale, a fire, and a song.
So extending the stairs means destroying the current stairs, which are very close to the evening ale barrel.
Well,
Yeah, and
you just gotta.
I didn't recall that this being blocked. I know that that's a major possibility for up here.
I don't think I've spent a whole lot of time in this particular corner.
When I do a seed scout, like even if I'm doing like a Muthzak search for somebody on the Discord, I always check every building in Westgate looking for evening ale, and then I also, as soon as I enter the mines, I check that building. It's just habit.
Yeah.
I'll go back down and take a peek.
I've
inside
noticed you
one of
treasure
those.
evening ale quite a bit.
Yeah.
I have probably walked past almost every evening ale keg in all of my playthroughs without noticing them.
You've probably heard me say this before, but I think that I once found evening ale in Westgate in one of those keg stands that's inside the gazebo with the bear sign on it. But it was only ever once, so now I regularly question myself as to whether or not it actually happened. What the hell was I thinking?
Right.
I mean, what's really
What were you
going on
doing here?
I have no idea. I'm guessing that I was probably in the middle of a redesign.
Yeah. Must have been.
Whew, I brought Fleur out all the way over here. I had big plans, apparently. I once found Orktown by going up to that building where the evening ale is.
Evening ale was, and yeah,
And
there's a
dirt plug right there.
possible-
Yep.
You can have a doorway right above the one right here where I'm.
Yes. Yep. Yeah.
Yeah. I've never had that happen in my own world, but I've helped people
Right.
who are like, I can't find it. I'm like, the door's got to be there somewhere. If it's not where it is, then it's got to be stacked above or below that door.
Yep.
So I've gone into worlds and I've been like, yep, it's above. It's extremely rare.
Yeah. Yeah, like probably doesn't happen anymore, rare, since they fixed Orktown.
Kind of unfortunate because I think that's a nice. I like it.
It was a good
Having
challenge.
Yeah, and it's just
Not too challenging, but it was just, yeah.
yeah, and it's just interesting to have like more permutations, more ways to get out that
Yeah.
room, because that room is pretty like there's not a whole lot of different
Right.
ways this room can lay out.
I'm going to go to Mapstone Lower Deeps 1.
I do feel like there's a little bit of like push from players who can't.
Yeah, that found it
I don't want to be too
irritating.
hard. I don't want to be too hard on them, but can't be bothered to look around is kind of
Right. Right.
what comes to my mind. Like the devs responding a little bit too much to that and just like kind of slowly stripping out like a lot of the features that the random generation offers
Right. Right.
in the game. Right.
Yep, I agree. So this across the way was, I said, hey, go over that little, usually over here there's a little pad, like where there used to be a very small building, like it kind of looks like maybe a ranger camp should go there. So I told Battlehammer, I'm like, go over there and build a little smithy there. And then he came up with this whole structure. I'm like, yeah, whatever, that works too. And that was why while I was over here building this thing, I'm scared to even look inside of. More ale, Scour Pilsner, and Hop Goblet Lager.
I like it, to be honest. It's very unusual, but like,
Yeah.
there's a lot of course, that gives it a lot of character.
Yes.
And there's a lot of like things where, like, if I wanted to build something, I could take this and come up with a lot of different,
Right.
more interesting things out of it.
Yeah, this whole place up here is pretty simple. Definitely one of the more simple builds I've done in this location.
One of my favorite builds that I've done. Like, I don't have my builds generally aren't very big, but one of my favorite ones I've done is in this corridor right here.
Okay.
I see something over there.
Just like, I was like, I wanted to fill in, like, make use of this. Like, unfortunately, a lot of times this corridor has this problem right here,
Something
Right.
over there.
Right.
which is really annoying because it's one of those things where I think twice now I've been in another world and I've been like, I'd like to actually try doing something else in that corridor. And then I come across poison mushrooms or shadow vent.
Right.
I'm like, yeah, not happening.
Yeah, we're not dealing with that, especially the poison mushrooms.
Yeah,
It's a lot of blaze shroom here. No sunken moss, though.
it is interesting. I usually get a good mix of the two.
No sunken moss. There for a minute, like, I was afraid that sunken moss had disappeared from the game. And, like, to the point that I said something to Sprouts and Nibs and Guy in the game that we were playing up, because they were in the sandbox that we were playing in, and they found some, but they didn't find very much of it. And then we were helping somebody for a keg mission, and we found a world that was just like filthy with it. Let's go to the
I remember
drain
somebody brought up that complaint to me at some point in Discord when I was more active. I guess they had a world where, like, just none, or maybe even two worlds.
Right. Yeah, it
Sure.
was to the point where I checked a couple worlds and and even made new worlds and just ran down to the deeps and
Quiet.
couldn't
I
find
see
any.
prey ahead.
No build.
That's
here.
interesting to see it several times in a row.
Yeah.
So where'd you pop over to?
The drain pumps.
Okay.
I thought for sure I'd have a build here, but I do not. Nothing more than what I built to get to the drain pumps and repair them.
This is one of those places where I kept telling myself that I was going to do like some sort of innovative build
Right.
or something, just
Yeah.
was going to do something, and never did.
Every time I've built here, I've been very dissatisfied with the build. Pipe braziers for sprouts.
Oh, okay. I'll get the ones at the bottom.
All right.
I'll try to get the ones at the bottom if I can figure out how to light the fire.
Let's go to Belghost Forge. Oh, doesn't look like I built anything here either. Got an armor stand and a repair smithy and a chest down there.
Seems strange to get all the way through the lower deeps, and I assume this is one of your earlier worlds without
Yeah.
having anything really built out
All
in the
right.
intervening space.
Let's see how old this world is. Oh, that's awesome, Sprouts. Sprouts just won Dune through a giveaway.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, heck yeah.
Well, maybe Sprouts can cover your back.
Right, right. Yeah, if I've got somebody to play with, I'll rent a server. And this world is not old enough that it's 1.2 or newer. Version 1.2
Okay.
or newer, because it doesn't have the old build pieces. So it definitely wasn't like my second campaign then, like I initially thought, but it's probably the second campaign that I did with Battlehammer.
Okay, that makes sense.
All right, let's see. Where do we want to go next? Dwaro Delph. Never built in the upper armories of the Third Deep. Possibly
Yep.
the Bastion Ranger Camp, or possibly the Chamber of Mazarbul. Let's go to the Bastion Ranger Camp. Very minimal here. Some beds and a hearth and a repair smithy. Meal table.
This is actually one of my favorite places to build.
Yeah, so I did that video series for YouTube. I call it Way of the Muthzak, and just did a playthrough with like tips and tricks. And I built, this was kind of like my workspace slash storage. And then I came out here and I built a house over this waterfall over here.
Nice.
It's not an amazing build, but it's still probably one of my favorites.
I should take that idea. I've vaguely been toying with my first world. I actually saw this area and was inspired, and
Yeah. I mean, I mainly built it for the view, but incorporating the waterfall was a fun thing to do.
but I never built out front. Instead, I built upstairs and in here.
Okay.
But I really like the idea of building a house over the waterfall.
I am in the Chamber of Mazarbul, and it is untouched. I mean, the hearth is rebuilt, and there's a meal table, and the original forge and smithy, or forge and furnace are rebuilt. Oh, and there's 2 beds and chests in here.
So that must be
Yeah.
where you and Battlehammer set up.
Yep, it was a quick camp. A short-lived camp.
I've built in there a few times, but I've never been entirely satisfied with what I've made.
I've never had a build for the sake of a build in there. I've had builds in there because that's where we made our base for an extended period of time, but that's it. Yeah, that's good troll placement.
And this room and the next room.
Yeah.
I've always told when I was expecting to do a big build at some point,
Yep.
I kept telling myself, I really want to build in here, do something. I never imagined doing something nearly on the scale of what Davey did, but
Right. I would get bored with, I would just get tired of building to the scale that
Yeah.
Davey did. I can see myself coming in here and like restoring a lot of the buildings and maybe adding a few new ones here and there, but
Yeah.
it would not be like an all 100% interconnected thing. I mean, I would probably fill it with enough hearths to make it not get spawns in here, but. And I've always like threatened to build in the 21st hall, but never actually done it.
Yeah. They're both like they're fantastic rooms for
Yeah,
a huge
especially with
build.
these windows.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's a lot of what like made me feel so inspired was like that just looks fantastic.
yeah,
Like whoever designed these in the first place did a really good job.
for sure. This building is tucked in here nicely. It's like a good fit. Though I never understood this room.
That one is weird. And it
would've
usually has that door that you can't open on the front, if I recall correctly.
Yeah, yep.
It's like just like who made this like long narrow closet that
Right.
has this impenetrable door on the front that has to be smashed?
Right.
I don't think whoever designed that room did
Right.
not do so great of a job.
Right. I'll drop a map stone up here. I'm wondering if I just ran this world to clear it so I could build a warehouse in it. And then Battlehammer probably joined me because like he'll call me or text me at like 9 o'clock at night and be like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "Nothing." He's like, "Want to get in the mines?" I'm like, "Sure." Never said no to that. Not if I could avoid it. All right. I don't think there's. Oh, we could go to Knockrod Forge, but I'm gonna guess there's nothing there. Durin's Forge. Let's go to Durin's Forge.
Okay.
It's always fun to take people into the bare knuckle brawler world and travel to somewhere near Durin's Forge, and they're like, "Why do I still hear chains?" I'm like, "'Cause he's not dead. He's waiting. He's waiting for somebody to come punch him." Oh, there's a bedroll right here. And a grand hearth and a bed. Oh, a couple beds over here too. $14 Durnal ingots. All right. I'm guessing that if there's not, let me look at the map quick. It's probably the Red Eye Stronghold. Yep.
I see something labeled Desolation Base.
On the map stone?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's go to that. I bet I know where it's at. I bet it's back in that little corner. I like to build back there. I like to build bases back there. I stumbled across it accidentally the first campaign because I was trying to avoid the dragon. Which I successfully did by quick platforming through the waterfall to this little dead end alley where we decided to build our base.
Yeah. I've done that a couple times. I came up and there was one point where I went and I took screenshots with me standing next to the dragon because she didn't activate back then.
Yep, this is exactly where I thought it was. So the stupid thing is, when I built those quick platforms through the waterfall, I built them through the waterfall. And then never even considered a different way to do it. And then I was in somebody's world looking for Telkar's Musnicon. They'd sent me their save file. And they'd made the same path, but they built a rope ladder and quick platforms and went over the waterfall instead of through it, which was much less dangerous. Because it's so easy to like not be able to see anything and just step off the edge of that quick platform.
You know, yeah, I think I went over it too.
Yeah.
Actually, I think one time I managed to go out and around it. But
Cheese.
I don't think that it was ever a safe path, no
Right.
matter what I did.
Right. Evening ale.
Cheese.
God, it's bright. It's in that chest in there. Orcish medicine. What the hell were we thinking? Hop Goblet Lager and Dawnbreak Pale Ale.
Well, at least you weren't completely hopeless. I'm going to drink the hobgoblet.
Yeah.
Oh, water cold we may pour at me down a thirsty throat and be glad indeed. But better is beer if drink we lack, and water hot pour down the back. Oh, water is fair that leaps on high in a fountain white beneath the sky. But never did fountain sound so sweet as water hot splashed with my feet.
Ah, I love that song.
I love that song too.
I love what that song is about.
Right. It's the Moria version, Moria equivalent of Ernie's Rubber Ducky song from Sesame Street. If anybody listening doesn't know what that is, just Google it. Get on YouTube and search for it. It's worth it.
First stage sword.
Zeta says he's restoring the 21st Hall and Dwarrowdelf, but not currently planning to do anything to Davy's scale.
Yeah.
This is that's probably the last base. Oh, maybe Mithril Forge. Oh, maybe Pippin's Well. Let's go to Pippin's Well.
Okay.
You already went to Mithril Forge, didn't you?
Nope.
Okay. I saw you blink out of existence right after I said Pippin's Well.
Oh, looks like you have something here.
Yeah. I actually covered the well. That's not something I usually do. I don't know why I put this many beds up here. I must have just got bored and decided to build.
Maybe you thought you might want help on the dragon or something.
Yeah.
Huh. Yeah, I'm not seeing a well.
Yeah, it's underneath these stairs right here. You can kind of see it back there.
Oh, yep. There it is.
Not sure why.
That's what I was
chest
looking
back
for.
Here.
I was thinking there'd probably be a bit poking out somewhere here or there.
Yep.
That's it.
That is it. There's probably something at the Mithril Forge. No brew in there. Evening ale in the other one. So we'll go to the Mithril Load Mapstone.
This is actually a really good room to build in.
Yeah. It's very defensible. Easy to cover with hearth. Oh, why is there?
And like, there's just like a lot of space in this area.
Right.
Like you've got a lot of room up above.
Yep.
And there's
Okay.
natural lighting coming in by the which is nice.
Yeah. Doesn't look like I did much of anything in here. In the forge itself.
There's some beds in the corner.
You will always find beds or bedrolls somewhere because we had to hang out here long enough to forge whatever the
Not
thing was
only-
forge.
I don't know. This. Come here. Come here.
Okay.
Look. Check this out. Check this out.
Hey, there's something here.
Food on the table.
It's not spoiled.
It's not spoiled. I wonder if it's because it's clipped into the wall.
I have no idea.
Can you eat it?
It seems like I can eat it. I don't want to ruin a sacred like relic, though.
Right. Precious dwarven artifact.
Yeah. Although it might be that like it's possible that somebody cooked it and then zoned out of here,
Right. Right.
and like this is the first time somebody's zoned back in.
True. True.
So it may be that just by showing up to investigate the area, we have destroyed the sacred relic.
Right. Right. Zeta says the main builds he's interested in making are Stair and the Crystal Descent, the Crossroads, and the First Hall. All good places. All good places. The
Yeah.
Crystal Descent Stair is hard, but I've seen some really good ones. And I've threatened to do my own, but I just haven't got around to it. I don't understand why we needed the Mithril Forge and the Kuzdul Forge and the regular Forge, but okay.
Well, you needed the regular forge to make the replacement pipe, gear, and crank,
Right.
because orcs ate the ones that you had. Then I don't know. Maybe you need the Kuzdul forge to make coins.
I don't think we're making coins.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever made a coin.
I can't. I don't think I have either.
Sprouts, I was telling you that if you hadn't heard it, you needed to Google the Ernie's Rubber Ducky song from Sesame Street. I don't think there's anywhere else to go.
We could check out the bone horde, but Shadow Orc domain has something. It's very small, very small.
Yeah, I used to be in the habit of building, like a quick base too before I raided Orktown,
Oh yeah,
like for a respawn point and whatever.
yeah. I would do something like that too. I mean, I'll still do something like that if I'm playing alone.
Yeah.
I think, because
1 coin and 2 stone.
it's just easier to jump back to a bedroll that's
There's-
right next to where you're fighting than
Yeah.
to zone out and zone back.
Surprised that chest got destroyed over here.
I know we mostly do it to poke fun at Muriak, but
Right.
my go-to habit with the orc chest is just to smash them open instead of using the key
Right.
in my own worlds.
Oh, we got another door over here. This one was probably because it was right outside the arena.
There's some sunstone over here.
Huh. Well of Shadows. There's a grand hearth in here. Oh,
There
I
it
bet
is.
I built a little base right in here.
Oh yeah, you did. Nice. It's actually a good nook for a base. I
It
don't think
is.
I've ever stuck one in here.
where we could feel we were getting close to the dragon.
Yeah. Usually I've always just run in here. Several times I've actually just run in here before even defeating the orcs there.
Right.
Build fortifications real fast right here.
Activate the map stone.
Yeah, activate the map stone and then take on the orcs.
Right. And then die.
I mean, I'm going to die one way or the other,
Right.
so. I've also run in here, and I don't know if you can do it anymore, but I built like fortifications real fast in here while she's just chattering away.
I've done that before because when they had the bug of the dragon fight not progressing, a lot of people think that it had something to do with like leaving the room before the fight was over and then to like repair or whatever, because a lot of people go into that bone horde room and do that.
Right.
And so I started building, like I'd open the door quick and throw a hearth out there and stand in the doorway, like stand in the bone horde and build out there, but she'd still start her dialogue anyways. But I could throw up some adamant walls in a repair smithy before she got her dialogue done, so.
Yeah.
I see something. Over there.
Still fell beasts.
Usually would build adamant walls, make like a corridor.
Yeah.
That way I only had orcs coming at me from two sides.
Yep.
Things that I did get decent at roll dodging, by the way, include fell beasts.
Ah.
I may not be able to roll dodge a bear very well, but I had fell beast down pat at one point.
Well, you can bare knuckle brawl a fell beast too.
I would give myself better odds on that than I would on a bear at this point. You have 3 beds here. That implies that they're...
I'm guessing my son joined us at that point in time. My younger son used to play with, so Battlehammer.
The one who played The Hobbit?
Nope, that was my older son that played The Hobbit. Okay. My younger son, he's 13. He was probably 12 at the time, but he likes to play the game to fight, and he likes to parkour off of everything.
Well, parkouring off of everything is fun.
It is. So I'm guessing he was here to fight the dragon with us.
That makes sense. People get pretty excited about fighting dragons in games, too.
Yeah, as they should. Were you with us when we tried to build at the top up there?
Yes. I think I was part of instigating that.
Yeah. I will admit that this does look better than it did originally, but I also was underwhelmed by the way they sold the improvement of the Balrog's lair and how it actually turned out.
Yeah, I was too, but I mean, I didn't have high hopes for.
I mean, if I'm being honest, I kept asking myself, what are they really going to do to that to make it better? So,
yeah. So I think it was, but I feel like it was kind of needed.
Yeah.
Insofar as it's not the direction I would have taken it really, but I think leaving it as it was not great.
Right.
It certainly was not great.
I can agree with that.
The dragon's beasts.
And once again, here I am without a bow and arrow because.
Oh, but guess what? I can make you
Oh
a bow
no!
and arrow.
Don't tell me you have spares.
I don't have spares, but I
Okay.
do have a builder's backpack. So therefore, I guess there's already
We
a
can-
hearth here. So, workbench. Would you prefer a crossbow or a bow?
Throwing axe.
I don't have a throwing axe. I'm sorry.
Actually,
Javelins.
just make me an axe. I can throw it. Unfortunately, you can't.
I'm making you a first stage crossbow that fires first stage throwing axes.
Great. Sounds good. Okay, let's see if I can figure out how to use this thing.
You're probably going to do better than me because the bow doesn't have very good range. And
Oh, does the
doesn't do-
crossbow have better range than the bow?
I think it has better range. It's definitely more powerful, damage-wise.
That's interesting. Okay, let's see. So, yeah, I knew it was more powerful damage-wise. I have had to use it for the old squiddy face,
Yeah.
but that's really all I've ever used it for. I think
I
I've used it
don't-
to shoot drakes a few times.
I don't like it because it's so slow to reload,
Yeah.
but
The only time I ever really use a bow is when I'm shooting bats.
yeah.
So, like,
I use a bow to
usually
hunt all the time, but like when I'm going for hides.
Oh, yeah. That makes some sense.
I hate the crossbow because of how slow it is to reload.
Yeah. And if you miss as often as I do, that's not very good.
Like to the point that unless I'm fighting the Watcher by myself, I let somebody else shoot it and I fight off the orcs. Yeah, you're doing like 27 points of damage and I'm lucky if I'm doing 18. Sprouts, the Balrog's lair used to just be a black dead end back there. Like take all the fiery orange color out and that's what you had. So the only thing they did was add the fiery orange color, like the look of flame.
They added some other visual effects.
Yeah. I mean, but that's
They're much more noticeable during the fight.
yeah. Yep.
A lot of more purple glow and a lot of the, just the little bits and bobs all over the room,
Right.
stuff like that.
But they sold it that they really dressed it up and really improved it. So like I was expecting like a almost complete redesign of the room itself. And the thing that got the most attention was the spot that you can go and like examine.
I mean, I feel like part of it was that they kind of sold like, oh, we improved the fight.
Right.
And I can't remember if the fight really changed. They might have tweaked it a bit here and there, but it wasn't a huge change to the experience. But there was like the impression felt a lot less like this is all a cardboard stand-up.
Right.
So
Oh, I'm out of arrows.
I'm getting there.
How do I not have feathers? You're gonna make me do this with regular arrows? I have 19,000 wood scraps and 19,000 metal fragments, but I have 3 feathers.
Whoops. Well,
Oh, I just made 3 first stage crossbows. I meant to make arrows or bolts, and I was clicking on the wrong thing. There's some more bolts if you'd like them. If you could dual wield
Yeah, pretty
crossbows,
soon.
I'd drop another crossbow for you too, but
I mean, I could throw this crossbow when I run out of bolts.
there you go.
Sadly, I don't think I have the range to hit these by throwing
Actually,
anything at them.
Can you throw it?
Yeah. Pretty sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yep. Well, now I'm only doing 6 points of damage.
Which bolts did you make yourself?
I made more arrows, just regular arrows,
Oh, I see.
because I can't make any elven arrows or any Khazad arrows because I don't have feathers.
Gotcha. Actually, I still think your DPS is higher than mine, though.
Because I'm faster.
Yeah. Although you do have to hit.
Right, right.
Mind you, I'm missing most of my shots, too, so...
It'd help if there was any semblance of accuracy with these weapons.
I'm notoriously bad at aiming in games, so, like, I can't really tell if the weapon's
I
a
got
problem.
him.
Damn,
I
you
mean-
stole my kill, you
I mean,
bastard.
we got him, but I got the last shot. That 6 points of damage really drove it home.
Yeah, well, you got all the experience points for it.
Right. Good old kill steal.
I could never believe that was like, when that was happening, I was like, how is this even a thing in video games?
Right.
Like, it should be easy enough to track that multiple people are participating.
Maybe it was just a throwback to old school role playing games.
Yeah, but even in the old school role-playing games, like, why it ever became a thing in the first place.
Right, right.
Because I'm pretty sure there's nowhere in the Dungeons and Dragons, like, rule book that it said, and if the thief scores the final kill, he gets all the experience points.
Right.
Or whatever. imagine the role-playing party drama, the player table drama.
Right.
If that had been in the rules. Although I do think Riffs was a little bit like that.
Yeah. We got another one.
Did you get the kill, still the kill on that one too?
I think I did.
Yeah. Man.
You got the upper hand now. These last ones are too freaking high for my bow.
Oh, really?
Oh, nope, I guess they're not.
I can't really see them because of that skylight.
Right.
Yep, we both got a hit.
Yep.
I just have a grenade launcher.
Right. That's that gun from old school Dune, the BFG.
Oh, yeah. That actually makes me think of some of the guns in Super Contra.
Yeah.
Did you ever play that game?
I think so. Was that the Super Nintendo version?
No, that was the the second one in the Nintendo on the Nintendo.
Okay. Yeah, I did then.
They had like the fireball gun and the laser gun and the
Yep.
spreads gun and
Spread shot. Actually, I think they called it scatter, didn't they?
perhaps. I mean, I was like, what, 8 years old or something like that, playing with my brother.
Yep. Sounds about right. With 30 lives.
That sounds a bit high.
So it was supposed to be 3, but then there was the code.
Were you using the Konami code?
Heck yeah. I mean, we got to the point where like we played it so often that we didn't need the code, or we'd enter the code and we'd do a playthrough with like we'd beat the game with no lives lost. But yep, out of ammo.
I mean, I think we used the code some, but I don't remember using it very often. I can't say for sure that whether we did or not, though. But 30 lives does not sound like a familiar recollection for me.
The code definitely gave you 30 lives.
What I do remember is that I tended to use the fireball gun or the laser gun, and my brother used the spread shot gun.
That's what I was the scattergun guy myself. Yeah,
We also played Battletoads a bit, but that was a hard game.
I remember Battletoads, but I don't remember playing it very much. I definitely didn't own it.
It was pretty cool, but it was very hard.
There
Nope.
we go. I've switched to the crossbow so I can put up with your damage output, but I think that I was getting like 4 shots with the bow to every one with the crossbow.
Yeah, I can believe that.
He's got to be close.
Come here. Nope. Too far. Nope, I dropped my crossbow. Well,
Luckily, there's another one laying there.
okay. I also am out of crossbow bolts.
I just did 51 points of damage to our bench.
You just did
workbench.
damage to the bench.
Yeah, to the workbench. There's 95
By
more
throw-
for you. I had the crossbow ready to shoot and then let it go when I was running over to the bench. There he goes.
Dragon's beasts.
Well, thank you for making me 95 bolts. I needed them.
Right. Now, to get rid of this damn crossbow. And the bolts. I'm going to open this pack and see where I went wrong on the fucking feathers thing. Like, what did I use all those feathers for? Or did I reorganize the pack and forget to put the feathers back in?
That sounds like a more likely explanation.
Right. No feathers in there and no empty slots. This one's going to be food. It should be in
Or it could
here.
could be that coin, a repeat of that coin situation that I had previously.
Yeah. No, there are no feathers in there. So then the adventurers pack. No, I just don't have any feathers. I don't have an empty slot for feathers. But it said I had 3 of them, so where'd they go? None in my pack. Go to the workbench. Try to craft cause. No, it does not. It says I don't have any. It says 0 of 3. I thought it said 3 of 4 or something like that before. I misread it. Probably because I'm tired. This is where I discovered. This is when we were playing in one of our campaign worlds, and we just finished killing the dragon. We were all running around like fools, and I'd taken everybody to the warehouse, and got everybody dev items, and we were all running around wearing speed boots and ring of power armor, and I forgot that I was wearing the ring of power armor, and accidentally launched myself off here because of the speed boots.
Right.
And I hit the ground and I bounced, like literally bounced like 5 feet in the air and just kept running. I was like, holy shit, how'd that happen? I thought you were jumping.
I do not have a ring of power armor.
That one made my stomach flip. Go ahead and jump. I'll catch you.
Yeah, I trust you. But I don't feel like I should make you go to that type of work.
All right, I think I'm going to be done for the night. It is 2 a.m. And we have what I hope is the last graduation party of the season of the year tomorrow.
Oh,
My wife works at the school, so she gets in between that and my son being on the varsity wrestling squad and football team. We got invited to a lot of graduation parties.
fun.
Yeah. Which gets expensive because, you know, you're supposed to put money in a graduation card, right?
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm going, but
Probably ought to travel somewhere.
Right. Well, let's go check on our bear one more time. Western Halls. Great Forge of Narvi.
Oh yeah, do we want to pop over
Oh,
to
yeah. Sure. Back to the server.
yeah,
Yeah. We can
see if I manage to block the bear or if I need to expand that.
Yep. If I ever load out of this mapstone. Hopefully the server's still saved on my list since I didn't log out yet.
Oh right.
And then I almost hit leave and quit.
The host of the game has left.
Oh, I thought you were out already. I'm sorry.
No worries. I was going to teleport back to base first and then Bell. That is fine.
Hey, it's still saved on the. No, that's not the right one. I just logged into the long dark.
Oh,
What's the force quit button? F4, F12.
yeah, Alt F4.
I have a feeling I just unlocked a whole bunch of shit in that world. I should send Miriak a message and have him roll the save back.
Our story is more than what.
Sorry, I don't know. It muted when I switched screens again. I think I just unlocked a whole bunch of stuff in our long dark world. To send Miriak a message and then tell him to roll the save back.
Oh, looks like I did not manage to stymie the bear spawning, but
Damn it.
that's okay. I will tweak this. Bad dog. Come here. There. No longer a bad dog.
Is he still here? Or did you kill him?
There we go.
Where to?
Elsewhere.
Which mapstone is that list on? Or which list is that mapstone on?
Let's see. The Balrog's, the Bone Horde. We just came from the Bone Horde, so that's where we go back to.
All right. I'm not hunting any more fell beasts, though. I don't have any feathers.
That was enough firing a bow or a crossbow in this game for me for a good long time.
Right.
Duck Hunt was never my favorite Nintendo game.
Right. All right, heading back.
Fortunately, leaving a zone and coming back is enough to generally respawn things.
Right.
Or like, you know, if there's a siege on your base and you're like, I can't handle this, you can just leave, wait till the siege wears off.
Right. Also, unfortunately, it will cause, like, if you're in the middle of a troll fight and you die and go back to your bedroll and then map's not back there, his health will have reset.
Right.
Oh, there he is. I don't know if he just phased in at this point or if he spawned right here.
It's a good question.
Oh, you just had a little rubber band in there on my screen.
Hmm.
You hit that bear and then I hit it and you went from here to here real quick.
Oh, interesting. It's also possible that the bear doesn't have like a single consistent spawn point. Like
Right.
it's just in this area, which is not the most typical thing that I've experienced in this engine, but
Right.
I do think it is possible to do that.
I've never seen a bear spawn before, so I don't know. I doubt they like crawl out of the ground or drop out of the sky like the orcs do, right? But
Yeah.
he just appeared here and was instantly like walking.
Okay.
Like he might have appeared mid-step, so it might just have been a lag thing. He might have already been here moving around,
Yeah.
and then it took a second for his image to load.
Well, so earlier I built like a grid of railings here.
Uh-huh. I saw some on the other side.
Yeah. And the area where they were destroyed was basically where I have this
Gotcha.
square. So he didn't, since the railings outside of it were still solid and in place, it seemed reasonable to assume
Right.
that he spawned in the area of stuff that he broke and hadn't wandered in from elsewhere.
I'm gonna message Mirac before I forget.
Oh well.
Because I will forget.
Maybe we just need more Durin statues.
Right. Yeah, at least 5 more.
Yeah.
All right. I am going to call the stream and head to bed.
Okay. Good night.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out,
for-
man.
Yeah, it's fun.
Yes, as always. All right, good night, everybody.